See, but she can come in as one. Okay, we're now live. Welcome everybody. This Scrutiny Committee meeting is being conducted on a hybrid basis in accordance with the Local Government and Elections Wales Act 2021, which will operate alongside the Council's standing orders. The Council's standing orders and code of conduct will apply at all times during this virtual meeting in the same way as ordinary meetings, and members should conduct themselves accordingly. I remind members that this meeting is being live streamed to the public. Please can those attending switch off your cameras and mute your microphones when you are not speaking to ensure there is no unnecessary background noise. Can I also remind members to ensure that their chat function is switched on and to use that facility to indicate to me when they wish to speak on a particular item. Please do not speak until I invite you to do so, and remember to unmute your microphone and switch your camera on. A recorded version of this meeting will be uploaded for public viewing as soon as possible after the meeting. Whilst translation of the proceedings can be provided upon request, the images and sound recording may also be used for training purposes within the council. Just in terms of the agenda, have we got any apologies for absence?
Councillor Linton, Chair.
Apologies from Councillor Linton. Any other apologies?
That's all, Chair.
Thank you. Any declarations of interest? I've just got an ongoing declaration in terms of my role within housing within Newport, being as housing's on this item. It's not a decision-making forum, so I'm fine to continue as I am. If it's okay with members, we'll deal with minutes of the previous meetings after agenda item 4 and deal with the budget and the officers' reports first. No objections to that. So on that basis, we'll hand over initially, I think, to Marion to introduce the 2024-25 budget and medium-term financial projections.
Thank you, Chair. So this is the first scrutiny of the draft budget. The minutes and recommendations from this committee will be shared with the Cabinet, and they will take these into considerations as appropriate in formulating their final decisions, which will be in the February Cabinet, middle of February. I think it's the 15th, and that final budget will obviously go to full council at the very end of February. So that's the sequence of events from this meeting onwards. We've followed broadly a similar budget process to previous years. So obviously last February, we did have a medium-term financial plan. 24-5 the financial year was featured in that, and through the through the summer, we've updated and reviewed that, both with service areas, but also taking account of either Welsh or national events like the UK autumn budget, etc. And we will update as needed any assumptions, etc., that we think is sensible to sort of do. We clearly speak with service areas, and we review either existing budget pressures and savings, and update those as necessary, and also we identify any new emerging issues and priorities as well. That kind of culminates in a kind of budget gap, which in the early autumn, and service areas then draw up ideas, proposals, etc., to deal with that budget gap that does go through an officer-led review process first, just to make sure that things are robust and sensible in that respect, before we then obviously share it informally wider than that. We've agreed a position, and that's the position that you have here in front of you now. In terms of the kind of key highlights, hopefully the Cabinet report explains things reasonably straightforwardly. But essentially, the budget gap is much reduced from what we had there back in February 2023, and that's mainly because of increasing funding. So the one change that we do have this year is that we are consulting on the budgets. The draft budget has been consulted after we have received the Welsh Government's draft settlements. We've never done that before. It normally provides us with more funding than we've assumed, and that is the case here as well. So the budget gap is much reduced, and consequently the number of saving proposals are also much reduced as well. But essentially the RSG, what's been assumed in the draft increase is 13.5 million nearly. We are expecting confirmation of further either specific grants funding or an increase in the RSG for teachers' pensions costs of nearly 3.5 million itself, and that's expected at sort of any sort of points. If that isn't received by the time that the council agree the budget, then obviously my assessment of the budget will need to be caveated on that sort of basis. That's an education schools issue as opposed to anything for this scrutiny. And an 8.5% increase in council tax is being proposed. On the cost side of things, there has been an increase in service area budget pressures, mainly in children's services and also in sort of housing and homelessness. Offset pretty much mitigated completely by a decrease in the inflationary increases in our budgets next year, primarily due to the decrease in the energy inflation that we were thinking that would be in place, but that has dropped off significantly. So they kind of match each other off, and therefore the funding increase is what reduces the budget gap to the 3.8 million, which the cabinet report confirmed. The cabinet report obviously spells out the impact on that council tax increase on your typical band A, B, and C, which are the common bandings in Newport, and that's sort of £1.50 to £2 a week increase. And then the report deals with some of the major investments in the budget over and above cost and inflation increases. Now, those are mainly due to children's services with demand there continuing to just grow and grow and grow. And in a similar vein, also our kind of housing, homelessness provision as well, which is continuing to also grow. Schools funding, which I know is not a big concern here, but just for completeness, we've obviously got a big investment for the teachers' pension increases, and there are no savings attached to schools for the 24/5 financial year. In terms of the savings, the vast majority are efficiency, operational type savings, and the cabinet will be asked to authorise officers to implement those as soon as any other process like consultation, etc., has happened. There are only about 7 or 8 individual budget proposals that are for specific consultation, at just over £500,000, I think, so it's quite a small figure. But obviously, as a scrutiny, of course, you can ask about any and all questions, but those are the specific consultation-led budget proposals that we need to get through. Yeah, consultation has sort of started. This is the first meeting, and obviously public consultation is also now in place as well. And I'm just going to hand over to my colleague to say a few words about that.
Thanks. Yeah, today is obviously part of the consultation, and members will have noted the links that have publicised. Also arranging ward meetings if members want that facility is available. In terms of staff, just to mention about staff, really important in the consultation. So we've met with the unions to introduce the budget position, and the finance team support that, and then we meet again as the employee partnership forum to go through the proposals in more detail. Now those are published, and we consider the union feedback as part of the consultation feedback to cabinet. For those staff directly impacted by proposals, HR will obviously support managers to have essential management discussions with teams and individuals. But if there are then post and structure changes, there's a more formal process once the proposal goes ahead directly with that individual. And as you've seen, some of the proposals are for cabinet and some are for heads of service, and with staff we'll treat all of the proposals the same and consult with them if they're impacted. In terms of the public consultation, as Myron has mentioned, that's now public. There's been a press release, there are budget web pages, there's social media around that, and you know, we'd seek to encourage everyone, members of the public, staff and anyone else interested alike to feedback in the public consultation. That ends on the 9th of February and includes either those savings that have a significant impact on communities or are in the cabinet decision making piece. So the same ones that we are looking at today. Hope that's helpful. Thanks, Myron.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks both. So in terms of the role for us today, what we'll sort of do is try and work through the appendices to the report, really, in terms of the committee. There might be some more general questions from members on each one, but if we try and work through by service area, that seems the most sensible approach, and members will pitch in by service area and questions. Neil's recommendation, Liz will be pleased to know, is that we deal with law and standards first, because there are no proposed savings as such, although there are some sort of investment questions and fee stuff that may crop up. So if it's okay with everyone, we'll start off with you, Liz, on the law and standards service area, and then we'll work through the rest in terms of the appendices, if that's okay. You'll need a microphone here, sorry.
Thanks, Chair. As you highlighted, we don't have any budget savings as such, just a small staff saving, which we'll probably implement as a natural course of things within restructuring of the team. And then as we've got some fee increases, fairly minor inflationary increases generally, or just to bring us more in line with the kind of normal trends of the other local authorities, or where costs have gone up. For example, postage costs have gone up significantly, so there's quite significant increases for those kind of things. And then in terms of the budget pressures and investments, there's 2 points highlighted there in terms of the coroner service. As you know, Chair, there's a move to a new building, and there's going to be some restructuring of staff, which will put an increased budget pressure on the coroner's budget, but that will be shared. There'll be a shared between the Gwent authorities as well, and then some additional resources around the transformation programme to do with assets and the extra legal support that will be required for specialist lawyers to deal with some of the big projects that the council will be taking forward. And I think that summarises the law and standards budget proposals. If you've got any questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Liz. Any questions from members on the law and standards and the points Liz has highlighted? Councillor Reynolds.
Thanks, Chair. It's only a quick one, really, because you've mentioned transformation, and I'm just wondering, this is a question I was going to ask later on anyway, but because you've mentioned it, I'm sure you know Welsh Government have got a policy of taking the profit out of children's care, and that's not been brought in yet, but it's a policy that's on the way. Are there plans? Are you aware of any plans at the moment to take that into account when we start looking at children's care? I mean, Mario mentioned earlier on about the fact that children's care is going to be changing, and there may well be changes in terms of the way it's delivered. So bearing that policy in mind, we know it's coming. Has that transformation begun yet, or do you need the policy to begin before you can start that process?
I think Reece is going to pick that one up.
Yeah, I'll pass to Reece, but probably for a different scrutiny committee, so you may be saying the same thing. But
kind of that. So I suppose just to answer, partly answer your question, Councillor Reynolds. So there is the eliminate agenda, which is the encompassing title of that. There's both a regional and a Newport transformation team associated with that, which is led from Children's Services. So they're already looking at that, I suppose. So that would be picked up by the People's Scrutiny Committee as part of their ongoing work. I suppose linked back to Liz's point there around the budget investment, and very similarly for Myra in here as well. What we've got within the budget pressures within corporate is some additional resource in order to put some pace on transformation, particularly around the asset side of it. Now, there is a link between that eliminate agenda and that assets work, because what we're trying to do is reduce the burden on the council of having assets that we don't really need, but we also need the right assets, particularly around children's services and from David's service here around housing and homelessness as well. So that does really tie into it, and Liz's investment is really around supporting that work and some pace around it.
Yep, thanks. I mean, in a way, that was the reason behind the question really is the assets, because I think somewhere in the region of about 80% of children in care at the moment are in the private sector, so that's going to be a massive change. And that's why I was asking about the assets, because at the moment they don't exist, do they? So that will need to be looked at. I just wondered whether that process has actually started. But yeah, thanks for that.
Yeah, it has. So we've got an assets board, and Natalie Poynos, the head of service for Children's Services, is on that. So there's good linkage in with Children's Services around that particular agenda.
thank you. Any other questions from members? Councillor Reeks?
Thank you, Chair. Just to pick up on the coroner's increased cost, will there be any input into those costs from any other councils? Because are we not working with other councils and services now to provide this as a service overall?
Yeah, so all of the other councils have been fully involved in the process, and we've continually updated the cost, and the percentage that they pay is worked out on the population size. So they will contribute whatever their percentage is that they would normally pay, but a percentage of whatever the increase is. Yes.
So this is the minimum we can get away with then, that we think as an investment from Newport City Council's perspective.
Sorry, I didn't catch.
This is the 85,000 is the minimum that we think we'd need to invest along with the other councils.
I think the 85,000 is our share of the investment. Yeah.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions from members for law and standards? Okay. Okay, so we'll sort of move back in order on Appendix 1 and go through the sort of service areas in each, if you like. So Appendix 1 is more the investments rather than the cuts, but if it's okay if we deal by service area and then do both appendices rather than do all investments and then all cuts, if that's all right. So first up, or second up now, sorry, is housing and communities, and David. You've got initial one there on the investments. I don't think you've got any cuts in Appendix 2, so I don't know if you want to deal with the investments, and then if there's any other questions, member can ask them accordingly.
Yeah, can you hear me? Just to say, Chair, that we do have a saving for consult. Okay, so in terms of the investment, we've requested an investment of £600,000, and that's really to reflect the the continued pressure we're experiencing in relation to homelessness demand and the provision of temporary accommodation under our statutory duties. I think it's worth saying that these pressures arise from the operating environment in which the council works, and many of those pressures are kind of due to socio-economic factors, market forces outside our control, and so really this pressure and further investment into the service is to enable the council to try and manage that pressure. It's probably just worth touching upon the principal cause of the pressure, and that's essentially because the council is unable to recoup the full cost of providing certain forms of temporary accommodation under the housing benefit regime. To move on. There we go. Maybe. In terms of the saving we've put forward, I think the issue around assets has already been touched upon earlier in the committee. And essentially, as part of the programme to ensure that the council's assets are financially viable, but also ensuring that they're meeting the evidence needs of our communities, we've put forward a proposal to reshape the community regeneration service, particularly in terms of the provision of adult community learning services, but also looking at how the usage of libraries has changed and shifted since the pandemic. Might be worth starting on libraries because that's kind of the wider context. You'll see from the proposal that usage has really changed and shifted, with many more people using virtual services since the pandemic. And at the same time, whilst demand for traditional library services has decreased, we've seen a significant increase in the popularity of our community outreach events, of getting people into spaces and running events around kind of reading and literacy. So the proposal would be that we would develop a community outreach service instead of some physical sites. And the role of that service would be to go out and provide events in the community. We're also, as I said, reviewing the assets. So whilst delivering that community outreach service, we would cease operating out of 2 sites in the city, out of Pill and out of St Julian's Adult Community Centre. Malpas Library would move into Malpas Court Mansion House, and Bettis Library would move into Community Centre there. In terms of Malpas Court Mansion House, many people will be aware it's a large building, and our intention there would be to move the Adult Community Learning Centre, which is currently based at St Julian's Adult Community Learning Centre, and enable us to develop a new adult community hub, essentially, or adult community centre at Malpas Court Social Enterprise. In doing that, we would be able to refurbish the building, which currently has a significant maintenance backlog and is costing the council money. We'd also be able to deliver a new library or a library service from Malpas from that site, and we feel that would produce various benefits, both in terms of the financial impact of the council, but also our ability to run a more diverse and varied form of adult community learning offer out of Malpas Court Mansion House. I'll now open up to questions from the committee.
Thanks, David. Any questions from members in relation to housing and communities? Jan, do you want to go first, Councillor Cleverly, and then Councillor Ross?
Thank you. It's not so much a question, it's thoughts, if that's okay, Chair. Right. I totally agree with transforming Malpas Court because it's been totally underused for a long period of time since community development moved out. I'm very much against the libraries closing. Hill Library, a lot of BME people use that library for education, and I think GEMS do a lot of education courses there as well to help them learn English. I understand that Malpas Library is underused because the past as a youth worker. I have worked there and there's hardly anybody uses it. So I agree with that moving into Malpas Court. Bettis Library, I'm totally against Bettis Library being moved into the community centre. My thoughts on that, because it's constantly used, and also the staff there, they do workshops for the young people, the children, in the half term and the summers, where they do storytelling, their arts and crafts and all, and they're excellent. And if you need a book, they will get it for you. And I know, because when I was in uni, like 20 odd years ago, the library staff was amazing and got me whatever books I needed, you know, so I know it's constantly being used. My suggestion for that is the community at work move into the library on the right hand side, because they've got a room there full of computers. And if the library closes, they're going to lose all that. And maybe the youth service could use it as well and do workshops for young people there. That's my thoughts on that. Thank you. And it's just, yeah, if the closures of the libraries, you know, it will impact all residents, which is a negative thing. A lot of them are living in poverty, low income families, you know, they really do need that facility. Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Cleverly. Did you want to come back?
Yeah, I think there's just an important point of clarity, particularly around Pill. There's actually 2 library sites in Pill. There's Pill Old Library, where we run a lot of the kind of services I think you referred to, Councillor Cleverly. And then there's Pill Library itself. Confusingly, they're kind of on opposite roads. So this proposal focuses on Pill Library as opposed to the old library. And then in terms of just the points you've made around kind of the importance of libraries to communities, we completely recognise that. That's part of the reason we're looking at the community outreach offer, but be more than happy to kind of consider your representations as part of the consultation. So thank you for those points.
Thank you. Any other questions for housing and communities? Councillor Reynolds, sorry, yeah, you did indicate to apologise.
Thank you, Chair. My questions around the libraries as well, as it happens. Obviously, I've looked in the report. It mentions that the post of a community librarian is going to be created, and if I've understood it correctly, that post is going to replace 2 grade 5 posts, a VSS officer and an operations librarian. So can I just confirm first of all that community librarian, their responsibilities will be to cover the whole of Newport? And do we have any more details on what their responsibility is likely to be? That seems to be a fairly hefty workload for one person, bearing in mind the posts that they're being replaced. And the other question I was going to ask, linked to that as well, I know you mentioned that with the new provision that's being proposed, there'll be more community-based activities, more events for families, that sort of thing. Do we have any details on how that would actually look for residents? Have we got any more sort of firmed up plans on how that will look for the people that are going to use those services?
Okay, so just in terms of the kind of grade 5 posts and the new post, that is the proposal. Both of the grade 5 posts are currently vacant, so we'd propose to delete those vacancies and create the kind of community librarian post instead. The community librarian post, I think it's a new post, so kind of part of the, as this part of the, through the consultation, as we get ideas and the community feeds back, we'll use that to frame part of the work plan. But I think suffice to say the initial focus will really be on, you know, particularly the 2 areas where, if these proposals are taken forward, we would change the library provision, ensuring that the needs of those communities could be met. And I think, you know, in terms of how we would try and deliver activity, we already kind of, you know, we're working within the library service, working across other kind of parts of the council, for example, connected communities, to really understand the events we're currently running and where they can be tailored, and that process would continue. And actually, I think whilst the scope of the role will be really big, it'll be covering the whole city, actually having someone with the capacity to really understand what the ask and what the needs are will enable us to run a wider and more tailored programme of events for citizens.
It's okay if I just.
Of course, yeah.
I mean, yeah, thanks for that. I mean, I suppose the main reason for the question really was I'm just a little bit concerned that this new post, it seems like a lot of work for one person in a large area for a lot of people. And I just want to make sure that, you know, we do have to make changes, we do have to make savings, and transformational work does have to occur. I mean, Councillor Cleverly mentioned about, you know, nobody wants to see a library closed. But then we have to be realistic and say, well, if we're not going to close the library, where else do we make the savings? You know, those savings have to be made somewhere. So changes have to be made. I just want to make sure that the people that use those services don't see a big difference in what they already receive. So, I mean, you've said that we already work in the libraries and deliver certain services. So from what you said, it sounds like it's the same sort of thing, but on a wider scale. Is that going to be manageable for one person to deliver that throughout Newport?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's our feelings it would be. I think it's worth kind of adding to that obviously this post would be working within the existing structure with the community regeneration manager, who's a professional librarian, and also the library manager themselves. And this will kind of be part of a wider shift to ensure that the libraries are really there and meeting the needs of communities. So our feeling is, within the structures that we've got, the workload would be manageable. Be a busy post, but we think manageable.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, David. Thanks, Councillor Reynolds. Any other questions on housing and communities from other members? Could I just pick up a couple of questions? One may be for you, maybe not, so please point me in the right direction if not. So as part of Marian's report, it says there's a reduction in communities for work grants via Welsh Government. Is that?
That's not me. No.
I thought it might not be.
Might be Tracy.
I thought it may be, so that's helpful. So I can pick that one up in terms of what impact that may have when we come to your service area. The question around sort of homelessness services really, and the £600,000 investment is twofold. One, is that enough, given that, and is that 600,000 on top of the £1 million that we're overspent this year on already? So is that effectively a £1.6 million addition or to this year's budget, or is it just 600k on this year's budget, and therefore is that enough if we're already $1 million overspent? I don't know if I worded that very well, but hopefully you got what I was driving at. The second thing is, what else are we doing sort of strategically in terms of asset investment to stop the continued need for reliance on bed and breakfast accommodation to deal with the temporary accommodation crisis and homelessness crisis?
Okay, I think I'll kind of take those backwards because they probably feed into each other. So in terms of the work we're doing to move away from bed and breakfast accommodation, really kind of significant pieces of work going on at the moment, both in terms of working with our RSL partners in the city to develop more social and transitional accommodation. And that's kind of managed through various Welsh Government capital grant programmes. And as we've discussed previously in Scrutiny, you know, we meet really regularly with those key partners to develop to develop new projects. I think as well, we're also working really hard with the teams at the moment to really focus in and home in on homelessness prevention, because that's clearly, as well as how this is about housing supply, but it's also about trying to prevent homelessness wherever possible. So to combine those two things are really how we're seeking to minimise the impact of homelessness and our use of B&B. In terms of the pressure, I think it's fair to say that, you know, it's a kind of a shifting beast at the moment, and the pressure is under review at the moment due to those changes. So as I said, the 600k is currently under review, and we're working really hard just to ensure that represents where we'll be over the next year. But the focus of the team really is on that kind of beginning that journey of increasing supply and increasing homelessness prevention.
Yeah. Just to add to David, we recognise that, you know, as you picked up, the revenue monitor is moving in the wrong direction on homelessness and the pressure is getting worse. There's also some nuances around Welsh Government grant that David and the head of finance have been looking at. So it is an area of concern, and an area that we continue to monitor and look at. I mean, you're seeing all the stuff in the press around Cardiff. We've got similar issues here, and the key thing is David has been working on. He's got a long-term plan to try and address that. But the current pressure and the storm that we're taking can't sort of be underestimated.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. I mean, I was just going to come on to the homelessness grant and how much of an impact that may have. Appreciate we probably haven't got all the detail, but you know, if they're going to cut that funding, I know. I think in last year's report we had like an additional 11 officers that came in as sort of homelessness prevention type posts that were, I think, funded by that sort of grant. So are we anticipating that we'll be able to continue to fund those posts, or are we likely to lose them? And I know you've also been doing a restructure of your team as well.
So I think that's tied up in the long-term plan that Paul has already mentioned. So we're looking at how we can tackle the financial situation for next year.
I think, as Maureen said at the start, you know, we're in a better place this year because the core settlement has been announced. However, there's lots of little nuances and grants and things that also make up that where headlines are published and we don't actually know the impact. So there's still a bit of work that is going on. In fact, we normally get to the full financial year without knowing all the details of the grants, but we need to refine that position based on those grant changes. You know, you mentioned the communities, and there's also some across the rest of the council as well.
Yeah, thanks both. Any other questions from members on housing and communities? Nope. Okay. Thanks, David. Yes, okay, so we're on to environment and public protection. Sorry, I was just getting my pages back to where they were. And I think the initial one is in Appendix 2 for the additional charges for the replacement bins. But I don't know if you want to sort of introduce the service area more generally and then deal with that point.
Thank you, Chair. Well, we have a couple of investments linked to recognizing the pressure that we've seen, over time on tree maintenance and the need to, remove and work on dangerous trees on highways, etc., and provision for landfill closure, not next year, but the one after, which is coming. And then, as you said, we have a savings proposal for replacement of non-recyclable waste bins, which is quite straightforward, and that's what it says on the title. So I don't know if people have any questions on that.
Yeah, no, thanks, Sylvia. I mean, it is fairly self-explanatory. I'm sure members are aware of the detail. Any questions for Sylvia around the environment and public protection budget? Councillor Reeks.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, if I can just ask on the as a pressure and investment, you've got landfill site closure and associated loss of income. You've got an investment in 975,000. Can you just give us a bit of background into that, please? Which obviously with the landfill site itself closing.
Yes, of course. So Newport operates its own landfill running house at the Docksway site. That's been running for a number of years, really long years, because it was like an old phase, and then there was a new phase that started early 2000s. And it's coming to the end of its life because we essentially run out of space. We run it as a commercial operation, so it's used by private companies that want to dispose of their waste. So it generates an income. Once the landfill closes, we won't be able to accept any more waste, and therefore the income will go. However, because of the legal requirements, we have the duty to keep maintaining and monitoring the site for a number of years. So there will be certain costs that will remain even when the site is closed. So essentially, the lack of income will leave a gap that will be noticeable from the time the landfill closes, which we expect it will be at a point during 25-26.
Okay, so where is the new landfill site going to be then?
There's not going to be any new landfill because the trend right now is reduction in disposal, and there's more and more pressure on companies as well, not only on residents and public bodies, to reduce the amount of waste they generate and look for better alternatives. So essentially, disposal via traditional landfill is on the decrease. We run out of space. It would be a huge investment to try and find a site and build a new landfill, which is not something that we would be in a position to do. So essentially, that would be the end of the landfill operations for Newport.
Okay. So just add,
Yeah.
just to clarify a little bit further for Councillor Reeks. So historically, local authorities did run their own landfill sites. Newport was one of the last sort of holding on to our landfill site in around about 2015. Newport, Cardiff, and a number of other local authorities put together a regional consortium so that the waste would go to energy from waste. So now pretty much all the non-recyclable waste from this authority, and has been for the last 7 or 8 years, goes to Trident Park. So the landfill site itself, as Sylvia said, is just a commercial legacy landfill site. So there wouldn't be any intention to build an additional landfill site for our infrastructure needs. Of course, the council could decide to do it commercially. It's really challenging. One is because obviously the use of landfill sites is coming down. Greater targets mean that you would only have a short lifespan, whereas this one has been, what, 15, 20 years or so? So it would have made sense at the time. So you wouldn't be looking to buy a bit of land in Newport for a new landfill site, because most of the treatment options will be incineration or obviously recycling. So when it ends, that will be it for us as a local authority.
Okay, if I can just ask then, so for commercial businesses in Newport who are currently using the site, where will their waste now go?
So Trident Park exists, as do some other incineration disposals. Greater regulations on waste will require more of that to go to incineration, as well as the landfill rates drop off. So commercial collections themselves often go directly to Cardiff. We do have the sort of material we accept at Docks Way is stuff that is close, so people run it in, that it's close. They'll have to go to Cardiff, or we could be looking at transfer station options, but the money that you make from the landfill site itself would disappear at that time.
Also, just to add that, obviously, you will be aware that from next year we have the new workplace regulations that come in place that will force businesses to segregate the recycling. And I expect there will be a significant decrease in the amount of residual waste after the regs come in place, because all businesses will have to adapt to it.
Can I just declare an interest here, Chair, because I run a business in Newport, and we actually use Newport waste to remove all of our commercial waste. So as a business, then we have a 1100 litre grey bin that's collected once a fortnight. We recycle. We put out recycling where we can. So will Newport City Council still provide businesses with that service, such as mine?
Yeah, sorry, so the differentiates the collection, the council will still carry out. There's a requirement to do that. This is literally the local disposal, but the stuff the council collects at the moment doesn't go to that landfill site. You know, it perhaps seems perverse, but we joined a large regional contract to get a discount, and we knew landfill site was taken. The collections we do from businesses in Newport, if it's not recyclable, will go to Trident Park. So that would carry on.
Okay.
Councillor Cleverly was.
That's a very quick interest in that one as well as business owner.
Yes, of course. Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Horton. Councillor Cleverly.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just to clarify, when is the site actually closing? Have we got a date for that? And also, because I know in the area that I live, there's a lot of small businesses where they pick rubbish up and take it to the landfill centre, and also residents book appointments on your app to go and take their rubbish to. That will then cease. Is that correct?
That's the HWRC sites at the same location. The only thing that will stop is the disposal of waste into the landfill site, which is behind everything you can see. So the residual waste there. So the CA site, the commercial operations, all that from the member of the public will be the same. The only thing that may vary is if you've got a medium-sized business that takes waste there to dispose of at landfill. So that's more often than not inert type materials, because it's more cost effective to send it to incineration, mainly due to the tax regime.
So
okay, thank you.
I think just hopefully this is helpful, and please correct me if I'm wrong. So residents will still be able to go to the household waste recycling centre that lots of people call the tip, and they'll be able to put their rubbish in all the different receptacles, green, the general waste bin at the moment, that where it goes afterwards is immaterial to the public member. So whether it goes to landfill or not, it doesn't make any difference. It's the fact that the council will then send that skip off to wherever it's going to go instead of putting it in landfill. So residents won't be impacted by that, but the council will lose an income that it's currently charging people to put stuff into the landfill at the moment and bury it. So we charge companies to do that, but once that's full, we won't be able to charge, and we'll lose that income from businesses. Yeah, and then we'll also have some ongoing liabilities to look after that site for however many years after, but we're not getting income from currently charging people to fill it up. So
I think you put it far better than we did, Chair. So that's Chair, the material impact here, because we're discussing the budget, is effectively we've got a legacy income that's just been going to the council bottom line. Now that, because that ceases, it has an impact on the budget line, so it shouldn't have an impact on residents. But perhaps we need a bit more to explain that. But I think you did a good job there.
Yes, thank you. I had visions about streets being full of rubbish because residents are not happy with the 3 weekly bins, and they said, when are we changing back to 2 weekly? This is what they were at only yesterday. I had residents asking me,
yeah,
and it's not going to happen.
No,
I did tell him it's not just in Wales, it's across England as well.
Yeah, I mean, for example, residents in Torvine go to their sort of household recycling centre and take their rubbish in, but Torvine doesn't have a tip, so they don't have a landfill. It just goes off probably to an incinerator, I presume. So there'll be no impact on a resident and their ability to get rid of waste and recycling and everything else at the recycling centre.
We'll all move to Torvine then. Thank you.
That's okay. Any other questions? Councillor Reeks?
Can I just come back on the to Sylvia on the tree maintenance costs? Obviously, we had the ash dieback, and that was quite a huge project that Newport really did well, and sort of cutting down those and replacing new trees. Can you just explain then why we've got, since we've done ash dieback, why we've got this sort of figure of 115,000 that's going to be continuing for the next few years?
Well, we don't only have ash trees in Newport, there's all sorts of trees. And while we're identifying as a separate project, we're identifying where there are areas with ash trees that are in need of intervention. And that's, as I say, a separate project that is quite costly. And we've been managing throughout all these last years, and you will be aware because of the project along the canal last year. We also have to maintain all the other trees in Newport, any trees that are on a public land adopted highway, schools, etc., may need intervention because of issues causing structural damage, because they may come down with storms, etc. So that's an ongoing need that will not finish, especially because obviously we keep replanting and we keep trying to increase our tree cover. That comes with the need to maintain it over time, and that proves quite costly as well in terms of the resources that we need to put into it. And these managers acknowledges that ongoing pressure that we've seen over the last few years, which is kind of, I'm going to say, separate from the ash back, because that's a separate project that we're managing kind of as an aside, if that makes any sense.
Thanks, Sylvia. Councillor, sorry, 2 seconds. Councillor Horton, did you want to come in, or was it just to declare an interest? Okay, thanks. Councillor Thomas?
Oh, there we are. Right. Just for clarity there, what is that 115,000 recurring? Because it's over 3 years, isn't it? I mean, is it the cost of wages for staff? Is it extra people we're having to take on? Is it something exceptional? Are we taking on, as it were, seasonal workers, or I don't know what you call them in that line of profession, or is it plant and machinery?
Chair, do you want me to come, if I can get into that?
Yes, sure.
It's probably the answer is a combination of both. So we don't directly provide the service ourselves as specialists that climb different trees and have different machinery, so they hire stuff off depending on the nature of the machinery. If you probably worth note, as we come to the committee the last few times, we've come with the service plans. You see that this tree budget has been overspending historically for the last 2 years. In some ways, a bit masked by the ash dieback because everyone's running around panicking about ash trees, and so there's not been an inflationary growth in this, and there's also demand from more trees. So this is meeting our requirement to manage them a legally safe way. So yeah, it'll pay for more people to inspect and machinery and the like for doing that, but in fact it's already coming out of the budget. This is recognising it.
Right, I mean, I remember the ash dieback, actually predominantly the words about ash dieback have all been associated with the risk register. So do we have any of our own equipment? Are we equipped as a council to do anything in tree maintenance line? Is any of that 115,000 going towards the plant and equipment that would be needed, or is it simply contractors coming in?
The vast majority of it is external. We do some low level stuff, usually at ground level. So when you start climbing, you need lots of different specialist machinery. It wouldn't be cost effective for us to buy one of each. I don't know if you saw some of the ash dieback things. It's massive, huge cranes, and they'll come in for 2 weeks or so. So they tend to be hired by contractors in and out. And that.
Right. So actually, what we're looking at here is you can't be sure it's going to be 115,000 for subsequent years. You've put that figure in, but it could actually be less, or it could be more.
Yeah, pretty much like all our.
Because you're only contracting people as and when.
As and when, but it's based on our historic performance over the last couple of years. So if you see that budget is overspending and the rate in which they spot tree defects is broadly consistent, you're right,
No,
go up, go down. If we get another thing like ash dieback, that was pretty major and come in. But this is for your bog standard. I
don't actually remember seeing that. Yeah, I don't think our attention has been brought to that as being an ongoing cost of that.
So I would say, because it's one of the things I review in Sylvia's budget update, every month it says that's her overspend. So if you know Sylvia's budget is a little bit over, it's partly being offset by some vacancy savings, but it's her tree budget that she overspends on.
And you will see when in our service plan, you know, the head of service introduction, I think the last couple of years it's been highlighted. Our main pressure when we talk about budgets is tree maintenance as well, because this has been a concern and a problem for a while now.
Yeah, I think, Councillor Thomas, your point probably is when we've questioned it before, it's always been put down entirely to ash dieback, as opposed, yeah.
So the ash dieback is separate. It does say that right on the front of the block. I'll go very. We can highlight it to you if you like. It said no, it doesn't. It says the ash dieback is covered through reserve. It said this is overspend on core tree maintenance, but we'll signpost that up just for you to be aware of.
Any other questions, Councillor Reeks?
Thank you, Chair. Is it okay if I pick up on the budget saving proposal with the bins, the 42,000? I think this came up in our committee last year, and I think we had quite discussions about it. Obviously, we're looking to charge residents now if they need replacement bins, whether it's wheelie bins or caddy bins or whichever. But you've still got this issue, which we had last year, of people in shared accommodation where they haven't got safe places to store their bins. If bins get stolen, etc., is there any dispensation we're going to give to people in maybe in those areas that just can't control what happens with their bins, and maybe they might need to order half a dozen new bins through the year if they've been stolen, etc. So
I will highlight this only applies to your black bins, just to make it clear. We are not charging for any recycling receptacle, garden waste, or any of the recycling caddies. They will still be provided at any replacement, are not charged to the resident. This is just for the residual bin, because this provision of bins has a cost to us. It's an admin cost. It's not the cost of the actual bin, it's the managing of the requests, the delivery of the bins, all of that has a cost. And I have to say we have about 1,800 requests a year when you consider that we're collecting from 70,000 points across Newport. It's a relatively small amount in terms of how often people will need to have it. And we do acknowledge that there may be some locations that there may be a bit more disadvantage in terms of where they are or where they can place the bins, but the measure has to apply to everybody, equally, and we were not able to make such a provision.
So have we been charging them last year, and how much revenue did we get?
We
What
didn't
did you
implement
say?
the measure last
We
year.
didn't last year.
No.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Thomas. Got your microphone on.
I can hear you very well, sorry.
I beg your pardon. I don't remember seeing what the proposed charge was going to be.
It's a 23.70 from memory, I believe. This is based on, I mean, the fee has been in existence for a very long time. It's just was not implemented.
Oh, is it in the charges sheets?
It
That's
is.
why I didn't. Thank you. Get £23.50.
I believe 23.70.
Right, 70. Right, thank you.
Any further questions for Environment and Public Protection? All good. Thank you very much. Okay, next on the Appendix 2 in my list is infrastructure. If we could deal with infrastructure next, that would be great. And over to Stephen.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to pick up in Appendix 1, the budget pressures and investments, we have 2 within there. We've got our bus station departure charges, which is a pressure on our income. So there's a 225k ask there. And then within fleet maintenance, so we in infrastructure look after the council's fleet on behalf of the wider council, including sort of refuse recycling vehicles and other such things, small plant. We've noticed over the last couple of years budget pressures relating to particularly tyres, as noted within the pressure, but also sort of supplies generally across the board for parts and equipment. In terms of the budget saving proposal, it's related to increasing our income through our fees and charges. We have responsibility as a highway authority to manage people working on the highway, but also we have to allow them. So it's about ensuring the charges we make recover our costs related to anyone who wants to do any particular items on the highway. So typically there'll be things like licensing skips, but also allowing things like cranes to be on the highway, to allow people to work in the highway, that sort of thing. So they're the quick summary of the pressures, investments, and the proposed saving, Chair. So happy to take any questions if the committee has any. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. Any questions for Stephen Jarrett around infrastructure? Councillor Cleverly.
Thank you, Chair. Is there money put aside for potholes and burst pipes and things like that? Out of the unexpected?
Yeah, we have a revenue budget for things like our reactive highway maintenance. So for things like potholes, we have a budget set on an annual basis that we utilise to carry out those sort of reactive works as and when we need them. So their works will be identified by our highway inspectors. But equally, there'll be customer contacts we get that we then will check out and see if there's any need to take any action related to customer contacts related to potholes, certainly.
Thank you, Chair.
That's okay. We have got a highways asset management plan coming to this committee as part of the forward work programme, so probably get some more detail around that element of sort of maintaining, repairing, and the overall asset.
I was going to say you'll have an opportunity to debate that at length shortly. As I said, the core revenue budget for highways reactive maintenance hasn't changed as part of this, not in the budget proposals.
Yeah. Any other questions for Councillor Reeks?
Thank you, Chair. Could you just, I'm reading bus station departure charges. Is that charges or changes?
Charges.
Charges. Okay, so there's a pressure on of 225,000 for this year, but nothing for the preceding following years. Could you just go a little bit in depth into that to understand where this 225,000 is going to be actually going, please?
Yeah, certainly. We operators of public transport pay to use the bus stations, so that's the way we classify the charge that they pay. So it's the departure charge for utilising the station. at present, the bus world is very complex. There's significant amount of change happening related to how buses have been funded pre-pandemic, during the pandemic, and how they're going to be funded going forward. There are changes at the end of this year with the end of bus transition funding ending, and other funding being considered for next financial year. So that is what we can see at the moment. It quite possibly will be something that we'll need to consider going forward as well. So I see Paul's just turned his mic on, so I'll hand over to Paul.
Could I just add just a bit of further clarification? So what happens is every time a bus leaves in Newport, anyway, it pays a fee. I think it's 75 pence, but it'll be in the fees and charges schedule. Over the pandemic and in recent years, that's been subsidised. So the whole bus industry has been subsidised. The subsidies are changing. Newport's costs, because it's basically we hire from Friars Walk, have gone up. We could, in theory, increase that departure charge. However, we know bus routes are under extreme pressure at the moment, and it's a high departure charge. So if we increased that departure charge to make up the gap, we'd then be looking at maybe, I don't know, I'm guessing, but sort of a £2. Obviously, then people have to pay more fares for the bus routes, or the bus companies would cut the routes further. So it's a difficult balance act. You could say, well, actually, we don't think that is right. We should just charge more for buses, but that's why that's in there as a pressure. We don't think it's viable. There's a lot of bus routes that are very marginal at the moment, and we think further reduction of those would be problematic for residents.
So the loss of the funding from the Welsh Government then has caused Newport City Council to have these extra costs.
So those extra costs have been growing over the last 4 or 5 years, but they've been subsidised in essence over COVID and the pandemic, and in that list of grants that Marion was talking about. So without getting into the details of it, the Bus Emergency Fund has been changed to the Bus Transition Fund, and that level of funding is reduced. And you've seen recently the number of routes has reduced. Newport hasn't been impacted anywhere near as much as some of the more rural communities, because we still have a dense urban environment, so we're less impacted. But that's the underlying decision behind that. But the budget doesn't meet the gap, so it's a shortfall, which could be met by charging the bus companies more. We just think that would have too much of a negative impact on existing bus regime.
Councillor Thomas.
So was this identified last year, for example, or the year before?
So last year it would have been picked up by that subsidy. So there would have been the shortfall that's in the budget. It would have been picked up by the whole bus subsidy. So we've had about 3.5 years, I want to say.
Well, were we presented with that information last year or the year before, for example?
In terms of the gap in that budget, that's presented in the budget updates, yeah.
Right. Because, I mean, this isn't something that's just come on us now because we've reached this point where the transitional funding has ended. This was actually brought up quite a few years ago now, that the council was simply not charging the bus companies for this. And this is before COVID, when I'm guessing, looking back on the good old days, we would have actually thought that we had quite a, constructive, productive bus service, around the different areas of the city. But it does seem to me that it wasn't addressed previously. So, I mean, I'm not disputing the fact that it should be in there somewhere, but I mean, it's just one of these questions that wasn't sorted out even before, these additional factors have come into play since COVID.
So if you roll back about 5 years ago, then that wouldn't have been a significant gap. And what's happened is obviously the cost has gone up, but we haven't been able to increase the charge to the buses by that much, whereas that's been picked up over the last few years. So that's where it's developed.
What does that figure actually represent? Is that the number of buses coming in and going out, every one of which we're not collecting for?
Yeah, so it's a unit fee per charge by each bus. So departure is once around a route. That'll be, I think it is.
Right. So we're not actually saying that this is costing the council this much. It's just a loss of revenue, isn't it?
It's a loss of revenue. Yeah.
And I suppose we have no way of knowing actually if we are making a material loss through this.
Well, we do get returns every month or every quarter for those figures.
Are they contributing anything at the moment? the bus companies?
They pay the departure fees. This is the gap between the budget level. So they're paying it. I can't scroll on my page here, but I think it says 75 pence per departure.
That I think that figure was the same years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
so it's actually costing us that 200, was it 200 and something thousand, wasn't it?
No, so that is the pressure. That's the gap between what's in the budget and that hasn't moved for the last 3 or 4 years, and us continuing to charge 75p on a slightly reduced number of buses. So if there's less buses going around, they're all paying 75p each time they go around, and you'll have less income coming in.
Yes, you're sorry, I'm just trying to establish how you have come up with that figure of that amount. You know, is that what it's actually costing us in terms of the effort and services that the council put in to enabling those buses to leave those particular stands in the bus stations? Or is it the amount of money that you're missing out on through not increasing the charges? Which of course is a speculative figure, isn't it?
Well, it is, but we've got a good idea of what the settled state of the buses running next year. Of course, it may be different. So Newport Transport may put on 20 extra buses. A stagecoach may pull out. You know, those things are always a bit flexible, but that's like most budgets. However, there's this significant gap between the realistic expectation of the number of bus departures in Newport, charging at 75p per departure, and the budget line.
So how are we going to address this in future so that that line is not there again in next year's budget?
That's what the pressure is doing.
So it's just going to keep on coming up there?
No, that's what a pressure is. So the pressure addresses that gap. Once that pressure's in, then there's no gap. Well, there
will be a gap, won't there? Because you've just explained to us it's because we've missed out because we haven't gone increasing those charges.
Yeah.
Maybe we need another maybe you need to explain this to me separately, Paul, on another occasion, as we'll just go round in circles with this, won't we?
I think it's a fair question in that, and I'll let Myron come in and answer it, because if there's a 225 shortfall this year, why isn't there one next year in the year?
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Chair. I wasn't too sure if that was the point here that was missing, but maybe it is. The way that the council's budgets are set out is, so for this one here, there's a budget pressure next year of 225,000. That is then permanently in the budget. So we will be reducing the income budget, this one, by 225,000 permanently. Because what's happened, because what the director has explained is a permanent ongoing change.
It just seems unfair to our taxpayers if they are going to be kept carrying over that sort of cost to the taxpayers, to the citizens of Newport, when, you know, it's actually because the bus companies aren't paying an appropriate amount for using your services down there or your stands down there.
So just for clarity, so we benchmark the cost. Our cost is actually quite high by other Welsh standards. The departure charges just goes on the fee that people pay when they get in the bus. So it's just a pass through.
Yeah, but you just said that it won't go on that fee because it will increase the cost of the tickets.
Yeah, which unlikely then would reduce the number of people on the bus and then more make the buses.
No, I get that point. It's just I just think that's unacceptable to just say, well, we'll stick this in here now and then we'll just have to make that allowance every year.
Yeah. So the alternative is you pass it fully through to the buses, but we would predict there'd be quite a significant reduction in buses then running in Newport.
Well, we're not going to be able to see what difference it makes with the Burns report until, you know, more action is taken on that. But I'm sure we'll come back to this next year, Paul. We'll be looking out for it. Thank you.
Councillor Horton, Councillor Thompson, you turn your mic off, please.
So from what you just said then, am I right in thinking that the budget pressure for the tyres and other supplies is an ongoing cost and we've zeroed it out for the following years because it's being included in the budget?
Yeah, once once you see a figure in any of those columns, it's assumed to then be in there permanently, unless you see it's a negative figure in the following year. So these are permanent, ongoing budget investments.
So would I be right in thinking, from what you just said, then, that the tree maintenance is going to be 115 the next year, 225 the year after, and 370?
That's correct.
When things like that are happening, could you make that very clear to us, please? Because that has just completely been skimmed over, from my opinion.
Yeah, I entirely agree with you, actually, because I hadn't appreciated that was the point. So I think that's a really important point. So effectively, the tree maintenance is 330,000 in year 3 as opposed to an additional 115. Year 2 and year 3. Yeah.
That's fine, Chair. I mean, it's the way that we've done our MTFP for, it must be 10 years or so now, but maybe a line in these budget reports might be helpful. Yeah. That's fine.
Okay. Can I just pick up a point on the same issue in terms of the bus? So what are our costs? So, and is the charge a statutory charge that we're subsidising, or is it a discretionary charge?
So there's other ways the council subsidise bus routes, but this is literally just about the departure charges. So if one goes out to the city centre, it's a discretionary charge. Council has the ability to charge or not charge, but recognises that a local authority incurs some cost in terms of having the infrastructure in the city centre. So different councils will charge different amounts. But you're free to set that as part of your fees and schedules. I don't think there's any restriction on what you set, is there?
For me, you have to understand what you're paying out before you can say that there's a deficit. So
it's just because it's in the budget at an assumed rate, which was the number of buses at full. That grows each year. The number of buses, number of journeys have gone down, and so that gap develops.
I think, Chair, I hope this helps, but different councils will do this thing in different ways. But many councils run a central bus station of some sort. If you come to Bristol, it's a great big building. It's big. It's here in Newport. It's obviously next to the Friars Walk shopping centre in the open. There, councils will incur costs in having these facilities and in running these facilities and maintaining these facilities. Therefore, in order for them not to be a burden on the local taxpayer, it can charge the bus operators for accessing them, using them, hence the departure charge. So obviously the best way to sort of charge the bus companies for this is to charge for them on an usage basis, and therefore here in Newport it's 70 pence per sort of departure, as it were. Now, that probably doesn't cover the full cost of running the bus departure, and there's a big gap. But if we were to recover the full cost of running it, as the director has said, it would have to be a very large increase in that departure charge. So this 225,000 is an adjustment to the budget, so that the council's budget for running the bus centre has got a budget that is about the right size. But we could charge full cost. That could be a comment that you might like to make on the budget. That's your prerogative, of course. But if we don't recover the full cost, then the budget has to be right sized, and that's the adjustments required.
I accept that, but surely you set the cost per trip according to the cost that it's costing you to maintain. And it doesn't appear like that's what we're doing. We're just saying it was 70 pence, but it should be £2. But I don't know where we get the £2 from. Is that based on the actual cost it is to run a service?
So in terms of looking at the budget in there, we know that we know roughly the number of journeys that likely be, and dividing one by the two, and then that's the gap. But we also know that there's less bus journeys now than there used to be. So the number of journeys has fallen, and the costs have carried on increasing, but that fee hasn't increased. We could get you a greater breakdown on the figures and what it would be to meet the gap. I think the concern would be is that that in effect the elasticity of demand is such that if you increase the cost, say by £2, then you'd lose more buses and therefore you would gain less income, and you keep going. You're trying to write something that is so marginal that it works against itself.
Yeah, no, I accept that, but then the costs of maintaining the asset or looking after it are likely to increase with inflation, because that's what happened. So, but the 225 assumes it'll be just 225 in the budget every year, but surely that's likely to increase.
There's core inflation in the budget, so the budget
Right,
sets
okay.
inflation in a slightly different way. So, for example, the people who clean the streets, etc., their wages are covered by the core assumptions that you see at the top of Myron's budgets and things. Those are covered. So this is a correction. Yeah. So in theory, and we don't know that the assumptions are all right, but because they vary each year and we update them each year, but broadly, the core assumptions in the budget should take care of all inflationary aspects. And I was nodding, so that must be right.
Councillor Horton first, and then Councillor Thomas.
Just a point of clarification for myself. Well, two actually, maybe three. The first one, just sticking on the bus station. I'm assuming the fee is, for argument's sake, Friars Walk charge £500,000, then the difference in that departure fee, so add all those up for however many there are, we'll call it 500,000, so 275k, which makes you 500k in total. So that's that difference. That's what 275 pieces, broadly speaking. Is that right?
I think I understand you. I think that's broadly the gist of it. Yeah.
Right. So the next point then. So I know she's gone, but it doesn't really matter because it's about the numbers. The tree cost. So if my maths is correct, Marianne, so year one we're saying it's 115, then year two we're saying it's 115 plus 115, and then in year three on here we're saying it's 115 plus 115 plus 115. So it's going up by 150. Yes, we're factoring it up. Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
It's a budget investment.
So that's £690,000 then.
It's £345,000 by the end of the third year.
But I thought you said if there's a number in that first box, we assume that's taken out of the second box already.
No. So next year it's a budget investment of 115,000. In the following year, a further additional 115,000. So that's 230,000 at that point.
Yeah.
And in the third year, a further additional 115,000. Taking you up to 345,000. So the service area has assessed that it needs to invest that kind of money in order to carry out the work it needs to do in its tree maintenance responsibilities. I'm sure the service area would have liked it as one lump sum in the first year, but we've asked them to carry on as they have done, trying to manage a little bit of this as they can, but that's becoming increasingly difficult, and therefore we do need to invest in that budget area over time. That's the approach that we've taken.
And I completely support that. My question is, you said earlier that if there's a number in the box, then that is then added into the budget for the following year already. So does what I'm saying is, in year one, we're saying it's 115,000. It doesn't matter what the service is, it's just the maths. That's all I'm interested in. Are we then saying in year two, so in 25-26, that 115 is already factored in, plus there's another 115 going into the pot?
Yeah, it's a additional amount, yes.
So year two then is 230,000 then.
Correct.
So then in total over those 3 years is £690,000.
345,000. 3 times 115.
No, what I'm saying, yeah, but what you said earlier is, so we'll just use the first one, the housing and community, 600k. So that 600k in year two, in the 25-26, that £600,000 is already factored in already. Yes.
Yeah, it's in the base then. That's it. It's
yeah.
permanent.
So my question is that £150,000 from 24-25? That's then in the baseline you said. So then the following year, 25-26, is that another £115,000 going into the pot?
Yes.
And then in year in 26-27, so that's including the 115 already. So what I'm saying, my question is, Is it multiplying up year on year?
I think I understand. So what you've got in this is an increase to the budget. So say the budget was £1 million, right? Next year it'll be 1,115,000. The next year it'll be 1,230,000, and the year after will be 1,345,000. But over that 3-year period of time, the total additional money that service would have for that is an accumulation of those figures. Yes.
Okay, so that.
But the budget essentially is increased over a 3-year period by 345. Well, they've had that much more money, but the budget has increased. The annual budget has increased.
That leads on to my final question then. So with fleet maintenance, so that's 175k for year 1, and then year 2, and then year 3, against tyres and other bits and pieces. Knowing that the value of that's going to be nearly £500,000, why wouldn't we go out and either or potentially renegotiate the contract so that service is included in the contract?
We do that competitively anyway. So for services that we secure externally, we will make sure that we tender appropriately, or we award, or we buy appropriately through various term contracts or framework contracts that we've got.
Why isn't things like that included in the maintenance contract in the maintenance contract included in the contract, so we're not paying repeatedly for the service? So if you have a pool car with work, for example, your tires, you don't pay for your tires are included. So the replacement. Why are we, if we're looking at such a large number across a 3-year period, have we gone out and then said, well, can you, if for example it costs us £200,000 across that period to change the contract so that all the maintenance is included, are we doing things like that? Or am I oversimplifying this process?
As I understand it, it's a contract for a number of years, so a few years. However, the parts will always just be a pass-through. So the parts price go up. So I don't know, spark plug costs £10 one year. If it costs £12 the other year, those are paid as a pass-through. I don't think there's any way to fix those other than paying more at the start.
So are we leasing vehicles, or are we?
This is for the maintenance of our own vehicles.
Maintenance of vehicles that we own. So you wouldn't get tyres in with that, because you're talking about a full repair in lease. Well, where you would get that included in the lease charge.
We can always. I don't see why the question can't be asked.
No, I get your point. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah.
It's a big number.
Yeah, I'm sure, in terms of procurement, they do try and negotiate that, but that would have been evaluated as the best tender at the time, taking effect of other factors. Just to give some scale, the council has around about 400 on vehicles, spends well over £1 million on. So there's no way we address the fact that parts have gone up, and also, the men to fix it, their wages will go up each year. But some of it will be fixed, but not all of it.
All right.
I'll stop talking.
Councillor Thomas.
Thank you for bringing us back again. Right, let's just to return to the bus charges then. Those bus charges, presumably, why aren't they reoccurring then in the budget? Why aren't they being put in? Because, we've heard inflation and possibly diminishing bus services are going to add to the pressure, and it will be continuing. So why have we only got the 225,000, which I actually consider quite a lot of money, because in terms of the council's revenue, that's not that far off, 0.5% of increases in council tax, is it?
So there is an existing budget for departure charges, permanent in the base budget. What that 225,000 is a reduction in that budget line, which is then going to be permanent. So we will be carrying on charging bus companies for using the bus station. That 225,000 is an adjustment required to right size the budget based on keeping the fees at the current levels. but that
So that's not
charge has
going
been there
to
for a long
cost us
time.
an additional amount in forthcoming years? Is that going to cost us an additional amount in forthcoming years?
Well, I can't say what's going to happen if bus numbers stay broadly similar, and we have a small inflationary increases each year, then it shouldn't cost us any more. Obviously, none of us here today know what bus services will look like in 5 years' time, so I can't promise you anything there.
Yeah, I'm a bit uncomfortable with that answer, because we ought to be looking forward more, because we know we've got the Burns report coming through. We know that Newport is going to be a major beneficiary in terms of public transport reconfiguration and greater provision. Has that actually played a part in our considerations for the budget and the subsequent years that are covered in this period, by this period?
I think it will. I mean, the director commission, if we see a higher patronage on buses and more bus services in the future, you'll probably be seeing a saving associated with
we've got a lot invested in this, because we're developing a city centre with lots of, we hope, extremely attractive housing, accommodation provision, and we aren't making provision for people for parking or for private car ownership, and we're dependent on public transport being sufficient to provide for their needs. So I really think that we need to, at least show an indicator in this budget that we are considering these things.
So just to touch here, so the MTFP picks up the next 3 years, isn't it? 3-year period. So the core assumption, as I said, is that the patronage for next year, reduced from what it historically was, is flat for the following 2 years after that. So yes, if bus patronage was greater, we had more buses on there, we'd earn more money, and then there'd be another adjustment in the budget. If we had sight that where buses are going to settle and we know there was a growth pattern, we could apply that then at that time as well. But at the moment, our core working assumption is for next year, that's the level of buses, and it remains constant for 2 years.
I mean, my take on this is that, and my recommendation would be personally that any sort of subsidy like this, because effectively what we're doing is saying we're subsidizing the bus operators here that operate from the train station, from the bus stations, because we don't want fares to go up. So that should be an annual decision based on what is happening with the. So I wouldn't personally like to see this in a budget as 225,000 ongoing forever. This to me should be a subsidy grant that we're offering this year for the bus services, and we'll review it next year to see whether that's an appropriate grant to be given them at that point, based on the performance of the bus services around the city, taking into account improvements. So for me, I wouldn't be adding this in as a permanent budget line. I'd be saying, right, we need to service it next year, and it's 225,000 as investment, but I wouldn't be putting that in year on year and assuming it's going to increase by inflation. I'd be making an assessment at the time for buses for next year. I don't know if that's possible in terms of the way you account, but I would be given a grant, if you like, or a subsidy to the transport companies on an annual basis reviewed.
Yeah, all budgets are assessed each year, so that might be one of your feedback to cabinets on their draft budget.
Yeah, I think that probably picks up the point you're trying to make. Yeah, okay, Councillor Reynolds.
Thanks, Chair. This is more of a request rather than a question, to be honest, because obviously over the last sort of 15-20 minutes or so, there's been quite a bit of discussion about what some of the figures in these reports represent. There's been frustration on both sides, understandably, and this isn't a criticism of anybody, because I'm including myself in what I'm going to say now. I think there is a tendency sometimes that something we all work with, whatever line of work we're in, whatever we work with day in, day out, we tend to sort of take for granted. We've obviously, as a committee, some of us have had a misunderstanding of what some of these figures represent. But we are here to perform a really important role, let's be honest. We're here to scrutinise a budget that's going to affect everybody in Newport and the people who we represent. So it's really important that if we're going to scrutinise something and do it properly, we need to understand what we're scrutinising. So can I put a request in that we have some form of further training as a matter of urgency, so this doesn't happen again. So we do understand what our medium-term forecast is, for example, because by definition, Myron was just explaining that we're looking at a 2, 3, 4 year projection. But if we got numbers in successive columns, what they actually represent, because as I say, if we're going to scrutinise it properly, we need to know what we're scrutinising. And if we're not understanding it properly, we're not going to be asking the right questions, and we're letting down the people that we represent. So can I put that forward as a request, please?
Yes, certainly, and we as a committee can make a recommendation that some additional training is rolled out to members. Leanne was in here earlier, but we can certainly sort of do that. I know there has been some training around budgets. Local authority budgeting is an art by itself, as I made the point to Marion last year in terms of budgets. I work in quite a senior role and deal with budgets all the time, and this stuff is really, really sort of challenging to get your head around unless you're really used to it. And there are lots of, relatively new councillors as well as very experienced councillors on this committee. So, I agree, and I think we should, as a committee, make that recommendation at the end. And
that was the point I was going to make, actually. You just take the words out of my mouth. I was going to say we're in a slightly different, or not a unique situation, but it's quite unusual in that in the last election, we've had a huge influx, a relatively large influx of new councillors. Most of us have only been in position for about 18 months. We're still relatively new, whereas in the past there's been maybe a mix of more experienced people who can have a bit of a guiding light. So, yeah, I think that training, even if it's things that we've dealt with before, certainly refreshers, reminders, because this is an important discussion and it needs to be done right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks.
Yeah, great. Councillor Reeks.
Sorry, Chair, can I just come back to the bus again, and I'll leave it alone.
Of course.
The 225,000 that we're putting in now, what impact has the subsidy had on that we're not getting from Welsh Government had on that? Then is that making up all of that? Would that have just made a tiny percentage of this 225,000? And it's the fact that we've just historically not charged the additions we should have done.
I mean, in terms of bus transition funding, that's sort of circa 40 million across Wales. So you can see the quantum is significant in terms of how much funding goes towards to bus operations and bus operators from Welsh Government. So I don't know if that helps, Councillor Reeks, but
yeah. So what, as I'm saying, would we have had this 225,000 last year with the subsidy, and now but we've got it this year because we haven't got the subsidy as a council?
And as Paul mentioned earlier, last year, because of the bus transition funding, it's enabled operators to work in a particular way. That funding comes to an end at the end of this financial year, so operators will have to work in a different way next financial year. There still will be funding available from Welsh Government, but it is in a different form and relies on different aspects. So that's why it's probably come more to the fore this year, because it has been, as Paul mentioned, picked up in bus transition funding previously.
Chair, Lum's hearing, Mr. Jarrett, can you speak up a bit? What did you say? Did you say 40 million was given by? Sorry. Did you say 40 million was given by Welsh Government?
Yeah.
Who did it go to?
To transport operators across Wales. So
right, so it didn't come to the councils. It went to the bus companies. To
the companies as via the councils. I don't overcomplicate this, but it's about supporting operators. That's what that funding has been used for.
And we didn't take anything which we felt we were entitled to out of that money then, as a council. You just said the councils administered it.
The councils did administer it. Yeah.
Did they?
For operators? Yeah.
Were councils in a position to take anything out of that money?
The funding is restricted to the bus network. So,
well, if you no, I'm just asking, just to the point of a question. You had this money from Welsh Government, which was covering additional costs.
Can only be used on buses, on bus costs. So on effectively it's subsidising the lost fare income. in essence. It's a bit more complicated.
Right, so you didn't take any money, you didn't
We don't-
cover,
we
you
don't-
didn't cover, use that money to cover any of the
We don't.
Newport's costs.
We can't profit from that centre in
Right.
Newport. It covers some
That
of the
wouldn't
bus.
exactly be. I'm not proposing, highway robbery, appropriate for that department, but but it would have been a legitimate thing. We're talking about legitimate charges here. Nobody said that you have to provide bus stops, bus stations at no charge. Just struck me it was did you recover any of the money through with that 40 million?
So the 40 million effectively finds its way to it is a very complicated relationship between how local authorities are funded and how bus companies are funded. The vast majority, actually it might not be majority, which Broadland is actually concessionary fares, which it gets very complicated. We might have to put this on as some sort of memo to explain it. The council effectively subsidises for people who aren't on the buses because they're over 60 or under, whatever the age is. That is what is paying the most majority of the bus fare. The actual amount that gets at the fare box is quite small relative to that. And those have been topped up through these different ways of working that Welsh Government have paid over the last few years. That in effect pays for the bus routes, pays our departure charges, pays all the other operating costs. What the council does as direct subsidy is it will subsidise commercially unviable routes in a small number of instances. So these are the socially necessary group. What's that called?
Social necessary.
Social necessary group, and those are direct council budget funding. All the rest of it is flow through from Welsh Government to bus companies.
Yep.
It may be worth a separate briefing on how the bus thing works, because it is quite complicated.
Some more information is provided to the committee in terms of sort of how those budgets, because that answer just brought up another load of questions for me. And it might also be something that we want to consider on our forward work programme, because there's lots of interest here. So we were talking before the meeting, Neil and I, that about the forward work programme for next year, and I think it would be something that this committee would seemingly welcome some focus on, so perhaps we can pick that up later on, I think.
Yeah,
so.
Chair, because we do get questions, there are complaints about bus services and things like that which come to us as councillors, and for quite a long time now we've really sort of said, well, no, Newport City Transport isn't anything to do with the council now, we don't own it. But actually it seems to me that Newport Transport and the other bus companies do owe a certain amount of at least discussions with the council, and not just leave us and councillors out in the cold if we're making these sorts of concessions towards them annually.
So we do own Newport Transport, but it's a separate arrangement, and due to bus deregulation, it needs to be completely at arm's length.
Yeah, it's an arm's length organisation, but we can't go and tell them what to do. Well, that's what I understood.
But the fees we're talking about are for all bus companies. Newport Transport is just a bus company based in Newport. Yeah.
Yeah, I think on that note, it would be something we'll sort of give some focus to on a forward work programme and try and draw the bus element to a close. I just wanted to draw Councillor Horton's attention to the note on screen, which one of the finance officers or business partners had put in, which might have answered your question on the 690,000. So that's fine. Yeah, I didn't see that. So yeah. All right, okay.
So while we're sticking on that bit now, we'll talk about the money. So the reality then is we're talking around about, on this page alone, over 5 million pounds worth of costs over the period that's displayed on the piece of paper. The budget pressures.
Over the 3-year period.
Yeah, over the 3, yes.
Sorry, Councillor, I missed that.
So what we're talking about on just on this one page of the budget pressures and investments, Appendix 1, is over is over 5 million pounds of pressure in total across that period.
I haven't added it up, but if you have, yeah, that's fine. But yes, if you can count that sort of figure there, that will be a permanent investment in the base budgets. Yes.
So basically what you're saying is the next few years are going to get even harder, and then even harder again.
Yes, I mean, budget pressures continue to be the reason why this and most of the councils have to find budget savings every year. You know, funding might become an issue for us in the future, but to date, funding has not been our main issue. But cost pressures, you know, demand, etc. And because our funding is not growing at the same rate, that is what leads you to having to find savings. Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, it's just like you said earlier, and understanding this, because the 26-27 pressure is accumulated year on year on this piece of paper, so it's actually quite a stark picture which is now being painted. Now when we looked at this, and obviously we've let people leave the room without fully understanding the severity of these numbers, and obviously they can't change them. However, I think we do need to be made, it should have been extremely clear what this actually means, because we could have all left this room thinking, oh, it's not so bad really, looking at this piece of paper.
Yeah, I hear you on that, and I think that also we'll talk about our recommendations at the end, but we need to sort of make sure that the residents who are being consulted as part of the budget also understand those and that types of thing, because we're supposed to, and we obviously didn't. So I'm sure that sort of Joe Public will also be struggling with some of that as well. There is a hand up from the senior finance business partner. I don't know how long that's been up because I didn't see it, but Marion, are you happy just to carry on, or did you want Mark to come in and say something?
If Mark has got anything to add, he's very welcome. Yeah. Maybe not. We'll
Thank you,
move
Marion,
on. Yeah.
Just in the point of clarification, the Welsh Government funding during the COVID epidemic was such that it was trying to design to keep services going, things like the bus service, etc., which didn't have the number of passengers on. There was an expectation during that period that councils do their own thing in terms of forbearance and not pass those costs on to bus companies. So that's kind of why we haven't uplifted those charges over the last couple of years. Now, that subsidy to bus companies from Welsh Government extended into this year, even though the COVID pandemic is effectively finished. But it will definitely cease from next year, which is why the consideration around the income side of it is acute next year and hasn't been experienced in the last 3 years.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Thomas.
Yeah, I mean, for quite a few years now, I've been involved. I'm obviously a member of on the Fairness Commission, so I've looked at this in detail every year, different aspects of it, maybe not quite as much as a comprehensive overview, which we're trying to take today. But this keeps on coming up. There is not enough explanation. And this has been an ongoing suggestion which we have made. These lines need more explanation to allow for clearer understanding and less confusion over what it actually means. Yep.
Thanks, Councillor Thomas. Any other points that anybody wants to make for infrastructure? You opened a can of worms there, Mr. Jarrett, didn't you? All helpful, though. Okay, thank you very much, Stephen. We'll go along the route of Appendix 1 and then go regeneration and economic development, if that's okay, Tracy. We'll clear the back row first.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of pressures and investments, you'll see there's two listed in your papers. The first being a request for £65,000 to provide a new client role position. So that's for a member of staff to manage the Newport Live contract effectively. It's not something we've had previously. It's a little unusual. Most other external contracts that we run, there's usually, not always, but usually a client officer role associated with that, and they just help make sure that, you know, from the council's perspective, that we're achieving the outputs and outcomes that are subject to that contract, and also making sure that we can drive forward efficiencies and any savings going forward. It's not something that we've benefited from, but I think, you know, we've got to a point where the resource that we're able to dedicate from existing staff is insufficient, and I think we would benefit from investing that £65,000 in an additional member of staff in order to make sure that we are maximising efficiencies and performance of that Newport Life contract. The second one isn't actually a new pressure. The £500,000 realignment of the budget for 26-27 for the new leisure centre was actually formed part of the saving from last year. So the MTRP saving last year said we will offer up £500,000 a year for 2 years whilst the leisure centre, the Newport Centre, is closed, and we're in the process of building the new leisure centre. But it's obviously, as soon as that new leisure centre is open, we'll need that budget back. So that did form part of the agreement for last year. And then in terms of budget savings out for consultation, we've got the one in terms of the reduction of £194,000 in the funding management agreement payment to Newport Life. Chair.
Thanks, Tracy. Councillor Thomas?
Yeah, just a question on that one. So are the council contributing to the energy costs of the station, of the replacement gym?
Yes, we are currently. That's a temporary facility whilst the Newport Leisure Centre is being constructed.
How much is that? And how much were we contributing previously to the old leisure centre?
So the saving we've offered forward for the Newport Centre is 500,000. We haven't had a full year yet of the new station facility, but my understanding is in the region of about 50,000. But I say we haven't had the full year yet.
So I mean, it's very nearly a full year though. It was open in January last year.
No, 1st of April.
No, I've been going there.
Station.
Yeah, the station gym in Cambrian Road. That's definitely been open since actually slightly before January,
Okay,
I think.
apologies, I was
definitely, yeah. So there is saving there, isn't there? So we're not having to contribute as much towards the energy costs.
That's correct.
Yeah. Right. What exactly can you give us a broad outline of what the new role will do? Have you written a job description for it yet?
Not yet. I mean, essentially, the funding management agreements are really complex. It's about 600 pages long in terms of what the council's responsibilities are in terms of the contract to Newport Live, and also the services and the performance that Newport Live will deliver back to us as well. So we do have monthly liaison meetings with Newport Live where we discuss sort of relevant and pertinent issues. But I think there's more scope to be able to sort of get underneath some of the sort of the finer detail of the funding management agreement, just to drive forward sort of improvements. Not just, I'm not saying they're failing by any means, please don't interpret it that way, but it's just making sure that we can maximise and ensure that the contract is delivering exactly what we would expect and exactly what it was promised when it was entered into. So we are doing that, but I think we could do it better.
I mean, this is another area where councillors get approached very often by our constituents with comments about the services of Newport Live, and it would actually be really good where opportunities arose or we saw the need arising, which we knew who we could feed those comments into, because there is a certain there are some barriers at the moment to making those comments known. And they need to be taken probably to an appropriately high level to get any sort of input. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely, Chair. We would coordinate that and
so perhaps you could follow that up with us later when you've got somebody in place. Thank you very much, Tracy.
Councillor Horton.
Yeah. So from what you said, again, we'll use this page as the example. That's £195,000 worth of cost associated with that employee. Are we saying they're going to deliver £195,000 worth of cost avoidance, savings, improvement across that period? And if they are, what are we saying the board of Newport Live isn't doing?
So no, I'm not saying that they will deliver £195,000 worth of savings. Some of that won't be financial, some of that will be maybe performance, for example. I think
Just to clarify as well, it's 65,000. Yeah,
So that's the cost of the information we're given.
but it's 65 each year.
Yes.
Because you're effectively paying for a member staff and on costs.
Yes,
So-
yes. So yeah, what I'm saying is that the inference is that this person is here to make improvements in Newport Live, to make it better, to either save money or to improve the contract. There's a board of people. I'm not saying we don't need the person. My challenge is there's a board that's running Newport Live. There's a management team running Newport Live. I'm a little bit lost as why we need to put one individual in place to manage a business which is managing itself.
well, that's not unusual. So we do have client roles for other contracts that we hold. It's just we don't have one for Newport Live. You know, it's a significant contract, multi-million-pound contract. And I'm saying to you that if we had additional resource, it would help facilitate and manage that contract better than we are able to do at the moment, because it takes a proportion of my time and a service manager's time. And if we can derive some savings from that or efficiencies from that, then that's got to be for the benefit. I can't guarantee those two at the moment, and I'm certainly not putting that forward as an investor save proposal. I'm just saying I think you know, from a contract management perspective, and certainly something that's been picked up through audit reviews, it would give that sort of greater focus and greater, I don't know, scrutiny. We're in Scrutiny Committee of how we're managing and that contract's delivering.
Reece, did you want to come in as well on the same point?
Yeah, just a simple point, and I get the point Councillor Horton's making about the totality of it, but we're talking about a £65,000 increase onto a £345 million annual budget, because we do the annual budget. So this is the member staff. I think it's important to note with this one, Newport Live are delivering services on our behalf. And this is about ensuring that we've got enough resource within the council to ensure that those services are being delivered on our behalf. So I get they have a board that is about their business arrangements, but this is about ensuring that we've got that tied back into the council better than we've got at the moment. I think that deficiency has been raised previously. So this is about putting it on a better footing. If you look at the way we operate with things like shared resource service for IT, you know, we have got resource in the council that can make sure we're maximising that relationship. It might not be a financial maximisation, but it's maximising what you're getting out of it. So I think it's probably worth looking at it in that way.
I guess my real challenge is this a job for one person? Is it just, if it hasn't been needed previously, okay, I get what you're saying that there were some issues. But 65 grand is quite a lot of money. It's quite a reasonably senior position within the council at that value.
No, because it'll be on costs and pension costs, I guess.
Okay, it's still a pill that we've got to sell to the public, which says we've now bringing on another job to manage another contract in a time where we're making budget cuts. My challenge is what is the saving that this position delivers to us?
I suppose it's just one of those decisions that the council will need to make in terms of ensuring that, you know, we can tell our residents that we are maximising the efficiency and the return that we're getting from, you know, what is a multi-million-pound contract to Newport Live. That's the assurances you're getting. We may be able to derive some additional efficiencies from it, but at the moment it's a proportion of my time, a proportion of my service manager's time, and I genuinely believe that it deserves and needs somebody whose focus is on scrutinising how that contract is run and how we can ensure that when we're feeding back to council that, you know, we're sure that the facts and the figures are correct.
Is your question around whether it's a full-time job as well? Is that what?
I mean, yes, my point, yeah, it's you said it's a portion of your time, a portion of another officer's time, but we're now putting 36.5 hours a week. We're now saying we need 36.5 hours a week to do this, to undertake this task. It doesn't seem proportionate to what you just said.
So the proportion of my time and the portion of my service manager time is just to keep it ticking over. We're not getting underneath this at all. I believe we need a full-time client role, as we did, as Reece mentioned, with the shared resource services contract, to basically get underneath this contract and making sure that we're administering it robustly.
Do you present a business case to Cabinet for that then, or is it I have to ask for an extra post and work, have to put a business case together about why I need it, what it would do and all the rest of it? Is that something that the sort of Cabinet consider, or does that go to the directors?
So the funding management agreement requires the submission of a business case, so we get that at the beginning of each financial year. That's not, sorry, Reece has got his microphone.
Yeah, it's so sorry, in relation to this, so the decision, because it will be a council decision. Yeah, so this is essentially our recommendations that are going through scrutiny that will go to Cabinet. Then Cabinet will make their recommendations to council, and council debate it and agree it or not, or make changes to it. That is to put that money in the budget. If the delegated authority to create the post is with the head of service in relation to the statutory officer. So yeah, so that's not a political point because it's not a chief officer. Then.
Okay, got you. Yeah. Councillor Reeks, I think, was next, and then Councillor Reynolds.
Yeah, just two things, Tracy. Sticking on this post initially, I suppose just turning it on its head. Then, what resources does it save within your department by actually having somebody looking after this full time? Does it create any extra space to improve services within department as a whole, or is it just that it, forgive the phrase, but makes it a bit easier for yourself and the service manager? And I said, forgive that phrase, but I don't know how else to phrase it. And secondly, from that, I'm not convinced on your figures with the energy budget requirement for the new leisure centre, where you said for this year and next year it's been it's essentially subsidised in the medium term financial plan. Then obviously there's a cost of 500,000. You've had 500,000 that's been subsidised into this budget and next budget, but it's not cost 500,000 to run the train centre. So surely there's a surplus coming out of that potentially could go towards the 500,000 that's required in year 3, or have I read that completely wrong?
Can I just say, because I think I'll answer that one, Tracy. I think that's quite easy to answer. So the current budget, the budget was associated with Newport Centre
for the energy.
For energy was 500,000, and that's been taken as a saving. So the council is achieving that saving at the moment for the next 2 years, but it was always under the understanding that when the new leisure centre was up and running, we would need that money back in the budget. So we've had the benefit of the saving for the last 2 years. It will just go back into the budget in year 3.
Okay, so I understood that the money had been set aside in previous budgets ready for this, and that was being used towards the gym at the train centre.
I think that's a separate operation. Go on.
So just in terms of your first comment about would it make my life easier? Yes, it would. This is an additional role and function that myself and the service manager undertake. And as I said, we're not getting under the skin of it. We're not getting to the detail of it. To be frank, we're just keeping the plate spinning. And I think this contract, because of the value of it and the importance of it in terms of the benefit that our residents derive and what our expectations are for our leisure offer across the city, I think it deserves that investment to make sure that we're delivering.
Can I come back on the £500,000 point? And I appreciate there's a couple of people waiting, but wouldn't you expect the energy costs to reduce significantly, being as it's a zero carbon building with significant solar investment? So wouldn't you expect that to be much less than £500,000 going forward?
I know a bit about energy costs, so I can say some stuff around that. So I think the original budget was higher, and the gap when energy prices went up was taken off. There is some net saving, the saving that was put forward last year. So some of that has to go back in to pay the new energy bill, but there's some retained saving, which is part of the solar panel investment, which is going into Kingsway. It's all part of that mix in that area. So there is some. The issue being though is net zero will save in the medium term. However, the big challenge at the moment is switching from gas to electricity. So there's not a lot of saving by using the electricity. It's very marginal as opposed to gas. And of course, that old building had a gas swimming pool, basically a massive bath that you have to heat. The price of gas was cheaper than the price of electricity. So there's some savings on the overall consumption, but at the moment it's met with the two. So the long-term projection though is the price of gas then comes up because it needs to, and electricity is lower. But some of the nuances is around the difference between the price of gas and electricity. So yes, there's some saving in there due to energy efficiency. That's partly offset by the fact that you can no longer use gas going forward. We can't use gas past 2030 anyway, so we have to take them out. So you'll see that similar in some of our schools where we're replacing energy. We're making some savings from the solar, but not necessarily from the heating.
Okay. Sorry, on the same point, Councillor Reynolds was next, then Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Chair. My question is more to do with the delivery of services. I mean, you've touched on it already, Tracy. I know Reece did as well. There was just one sentence in the report that's there was one word, to be honest. It always makes me wonder, because it's so open to interpretation. It said there'd be no significant withdrawal of access to health and cultural facilities, and that word significant is open to so much interpretation, isn't it? I'm just wondering, just bearing in mind what you were saying about the new post being created and so on, about the efficiencies and the hopefully the improvement in deliveries, but what assurances have we had about the access to health and cultural facilities and that phrase, no significant withdrawal? And there was also a comment in there as well about the effects on elite sporting events, and those being more reliant on external funding. Have we got any more detail about what that external funding is? How reliant is it looking forward in the future? Are we likely to be able to rely on that, or is that just crystal ball gazing?
So this proposed reduction in the funding for Newport Live is subject to consultation with Newport Live, the same as everybody else. We know that they're undertaking their own business planning events. Actually, this week there's an event this week. So we are awaiting feedback. They are aware that it was being proposed. Haven't had any formal feedback from them yet on what the implications of that would be. But what I would say is that they're a business much like any other business. They need to look at the services and the what they're delivering with the amount of money that's available to them. But we don't know. I can't tell you at this moment in time what their feedback has been, because they are part of the same consultation that we're currently live in. In terms of external event funding, I mean, it's never guaranteed, is it? We all bid for what is available and what comes around at the right time. So again, we can only hold events as and when we get the funding available. So I know Newport Live in particular do quite a number of significant sort of cycling events, that sort of thing, and some of that is grant funded through various different funders. I can't speak on behalf of those funders about what their intentions are or their ability to continue funding are.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it's difficult to say to sort of crystal ball gaze to a certain extent, and the main sort of reason for the question is the elite sporting events. Yes, they're headline grabbers, understandably, but they're the sorts of things that drive the grassroots enthusiasm, and they drive the footfall then to the everyday events, if you like, that are going on within Newport Live. And so yeah, I'd like to be reasonably confident that those sorts of, you mentioned the cycling, that's one that's really high profile, and that's hugely improve the popularity of the sport, certainly in this area. So it's important that we keep those sorts of headline events going to drive that football and drive that enthusiasm. But thanks.
Okay, Councillor Thomas.
Thank you. The way in which Newport Live is used, I think, changes every year, and they expand some of their areas operationally. And because I've been involved in the exercise referral scheme, I mean, if I'd just gone and walked into there as a member of the public, I think I wouldn't have been aware the amount of funding which the Health Board, for example, are putting into that. Now, you know, I see there are classes down there for people with learning disabilities and things like this, people who formerly would have been engaged in other day centre activities, which the council would have actually been funding directly. So is that sort of thing we've handed on, have we, to Newport's, you know, to Newport Live? They're taking over that responsibility. So I presume that some of these costs are going to be for their provision of services to maybe more, less well provisioned areas of our city, or citizens within our city.
I think, as you mentioned, they do receive funding from various different sources, including the Health Board, for different activities. Certainly, you know, part of their business planning as their own business is to understand, you know, what it is they can make some income from, and what services they can provide holistically. As part of the consultation, you know, they'll need to understand and advise as to what they can continue to do and what they need to change or what they need to stop.
Yeah,
same as we all have to do.
Are some of those services for client groups actually funded from external grants, or are they all coming directly out of the council's funding?
Well, in terms of, so I can only advise you on the client.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if they're likely to come back.
Yeah,
we'll be cutting all this money,
yeah,
but are they likely to come back and say, oh well, we're going to start charging you for some other aspect of the service which they deliver, you know, for council, you know, for citizens in the area?
So social services colleagues, for example, pay for a certain service.
Yeah,
I'm not party to that. That would be an income that Newport Live derive. I wouldn't be aware of the sort of the detail of that income stream for them. I only know the holistic picture of how much we as an authority give them as part of the funding management agreement, how much it costs us in terms of energy and things like that. So I wouldn't be able to answer that question specifically. Sorry, Chair.
Right. Okay. So you don't think there would be a kickback on that, a downside of cutting that amount of funding, because it will just, you know, we'll just be billed in other ways?
All I can say is I don't know, because they haven't confirmed to us what the kickback will be for us saying to them, we intend to reduce your funding by 194.
But it may be a bit early in terms of our budget to know exactly what the reality of those costs are going to be.
But it will be we will be more aware or have their response by the time this goes back to Cabinet and Council for
thank you.
Decision.
Thanks, Tracy. I'll come to Councillor Horton, who's been waiting a while, but I do want to come back on that one point, if that's okay. You sure? I was just going to ask whether the reduction in fee is in line with the agreement. So last time we were here, this time last year, I think the agreement had suggested that we would reduce it by a percentage each year, but we hadn't done that for the first few years because of COVID. So I think last time we discussed the sort of first one. So are we at the point now in line with the agreement, or are we still behind?
So the funding management agreement says that we will set the funding per year, and we've obviously taken the decision to say that, you know, we haven't reviewed that for a number of years since the trust was set up and the contract awarded. So we did it 10% last year. You know, given our financial position and the fact that everyone's having to consider how their businesses operate, you know, we didn't believe that Newport Life should be immune from doing that exercise and you know, reviewing how they're operating and what they're delivering. So we're proposing another 10%. I'm not saying I'm going to come to you every year with another 10%. Yeah. You know, I think it's not unreasonable, perhaps, for, you know, a leisure operator to receive some form of subsidy. But the $1 million question is how much that subsidy is. So at the moment, I'm just coming to you saying, I think a further 10% is reasonable.
Grateful, thanks. Thanks, Councillor Horton.
Yeah, just to show I'm not always asked difficult questions. The energy budget requirement for the new leisure centre. So we've got for 24-25, if you're saying we're having it's a negative £500,000, should that not be in the box to display that there's an actual saving in there?
We took that budget out 12 months ago, so you would have seen it against, I think, either the 23-4 budget or this time last year. Yeah, so I think it's already been taken out. Yeah.
I think I do recall it being in there last year as a saving. Any other questions for Tracy for regeneration and economic development? Nope, that's okay. That's the back row clear then. That's the rebels gone. All right. Being as we have cleared the rebels, could we just have 5 minutes for a quick comfort break for anybody that needs to use the loo before we go on to your area, Tracy? Is that okay? I know you've been waiting patiently for a while. That's okay. There we go. There we are. Fab. You can go and warm your hands up. Everybody, thanks. Short comfort break. Just in terms of managing time, we've got the 2 service areas left, so we're now down to Tracy for people, policy and transformation. Don't forget your mic. Sorry.
I'll cover the budget pressures first and then the savings second. Okay. So the budget pressures are page 50. Thanks. Sorry, it's a 3 on my copy, page 50. So the first one is community safety network. This is in fact the technology that underpins CCTV across the city. So that's been in place for, I think it's 7 years now at a static price. The contract is up, and despite going out to the market and reviewing the provision, is more expensive than previously, hence that budget increase. Clearly no underpinning network, no CCTV, so a real essential provision. Any questions on that one? And the second, which actually is not for the coming year, but the year after, is Welsh language translation. So ongoing pressures on that budget. Previously, we had a reserve that would pick up what I'm going to call peaks and troughs in Welsh language translation, which is a statutory requirement, of course, but that budget continues to be insufficient with rising costs to meet the need. The pressure was probably higher than that, but we've looked at ways of managing that with trials of technology, so translation services using AI and automation, and also some internal translation facilities. So we seek to keep those costs down as far as we can. Any questions on that one? Okay, and the savings proposal. Sorry, that's what I'm gonna break. Does okay. I went back a year then. Thanks, Reese. Sorry, the property pressures. Similar to some of the other budgets we've talked about. So the budget regularly, as reported, overspends budget for property. We've talked extensively in various scrutiny committees about insufficient maintenance and the kind of budget not being sufficient to meet the property need. So there's quite a lot of detail behind that 205, but it is about overall price pressures, the estate and ongoing maintenance of the estate, and some losses of rental income.
Sorry, Chair, we're doing all questions at the end.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
Okay, and they're the budget pressures, last year's and this year's. And the savings proposal, clearly just to say around the estate, we've got a separate programme looking at asset rationalisation, and that'll be reported in separately. So we're trying to do something about having a smaller estate in order to manage the ongoing pressures. In terms of the MTFP savings proposal, we're proposing the opportunity to close the civic 2 days a week or 1 day a week. Challenging, clearly one of those days would be a Monday. It's a Monday today, and we've got a meeting here today, so that would mean some rearrangement of meetings, staff who might come into the civic on those days working from home, some changes to provisions. So there's certain services that do need to be at the civic centre, and believe it or not, the heating is on today, but the savings proposed are heating savings alone, so they don't consider any other possibilities within that. What it does flag, I think, is the overall cost of heating the civic centre. We do have alternate places where staff work, as you'll know, so places like the Central Library and other buildings across the city, and we'd need to rethink really how people report and what that looks like, and where those staff could go on those days. Not every member of staff can work from home or do their job from home, although a considerable number can. So questions on that?
Okay. Councillor Reeks was first, then Councillor Harris, and then Councillor Foss. Councillor Reeks.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Tracy, just picking up on the property budget pressures. You said you got regularly overspend on that. Obviously, you've got price pressures, estate management. Yet, 25-26, you're forecasting an underspend of 115,000. Am I right in reading that?
No, that's I don't know what that is actually. I'm projecting an overspend for in my budget
on there.
Is that adding a pressure and then reducing it again? Sorry to refer to you.
need to look at that. I just see that myself, but I'm going to query.
We'll take that as a query. It's definitely overspending year on year. Yeah, we'll follow up on that. We think that might be a typo.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Harris.
Yes, well, closing the building. Is it all the building will be closed, or they will still be used? Because if you want to save the heat, with when it gets cold and hot, the fabric of the building will be affected.
Yeah, the proposal is to close, I'm going to call it almost all of the building, because there are certain very small pockets that need to be maintained. So I'll give you an example. Currently, CCTV staff work from the building and need to be, and there's a lot of infrastructure around that. The limitations of the building is that the heating can't be fully compartmentalised. It's just not a modern building, is it? So it would be proposing we close all of it other than very small pockets that can be managed.
Yeah, so it's just the fabric of the building, to being cold one day and the heat to building up again when people come in.
It's a challenge. It's a Monday today and it's cold, isn't it?
So it's easier to heat something that it's not as cold.
Yeah.
Because it's going from 0 to 30 as opposed to going from 10 to 30. They're saving energy that way, aren't they? To reheat the building.
Yeah, there's two factors.
Yeah.
No. Which is why we're going for a Monday and a Friday, because it essentially extends the weekend, so it pushes that Monday problem to a Tuesday. But we already have that problem on a Monday. The other point I think you're making is about the fabric of the building more generally. I think it's fair to say we're probably beyond that point. The building needs quite a lot of repair anyway.
A bit more over the edge, is it?
Well, that's not the intent, but I'm going to be honest, it's a real challenge to make arrangements to close the building 2 additional days a week, but we have to look at all budgets and look at how we can make savings, and this would be one of those ways.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Thomas.
Follow on from that question, really. Did you think about alternative models, like say closing it for 4 days every 2 weeks? Because Councillor Harris makes a good point. It takes a lot of energy then to restore, a appropriately warm working environment for staff here.
I mean, I guess that could be feedback from Scrutiny, couldn't it? Yeah. That we look at different models.
Yes.
What this highlights is the cost of 1 day. And of course, different days would make a slightly different saving because we've calculated that, and different days have different footfall. But are you saying 1 day a fortnight?
No, I said 4 days every 2 weeks.
Oh, okay. But there could be other models, couldn't there?
Yeah,
2 days once a fortnight, or whatever that looks like.
Just thinking about, I mean, we're always going to have this problem after the weekend, aren't we? So, there might be another way of thinking about that.
I guess we're
probably figures on this somewhere. There'll probably be somebody who's.
We have the footfall and we have the footfall and we have the figures. I guess the other thing about a Monday and Friday is that many staff don't have. There's things like physical mail post, coming in and going out and getting that to and from people. Even if it's done electronically, someone needs to scan it. Someone needs to post it. You know, a lot of that is electronic, but it does need someone to bring it in or whatever that looks like. And most staff don't have printers, so would tend to come into the Civic to do their printing. So it is about trying to make that convenient, but we would also look at other locations as well.
Oh, you might make some savings on the printing bill.
Well, we've done that. I should say this isn't the only saving we're making. We're making extensive digital savings, which does include print actually. But they're not for consultation because we can make those with more limited impact.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Reynolds.
Thanks, Chair. I think Liz mentioned earlier on in a different context about consultation with the unions regarding some of the job changes and so on, potential redundancies and so on. Obviously, closing the Civic Centre for a couple of days is going to involve some pretty significant changes of working practice for the majority of employees, I'd imagine. What sort of provisions have you started to make already in terms of safeguarding their well-being, first of all, because obviously there's you're going to lose out a lot of that human interaction if people are working from home for extended periods of time. And also in terms of the actual delivery of their services, because when you are in an office regularly, you've got that synergy, haven't you? That bouncing of ideas off people, that discussion that you have as part of your normal working day. You're not going to have that if you've got everybody working as separate entities in their own homes. So yeah, it's a sort of two-pronged question, really. Have the unions been involved at all in terms of the changes to working practices that are going to be involved, and what safeguards are you putting in place in terms of looking after employees' well-being?
Thanks, really important. So in terms of, if I just talk really briefly about what's happened before this saving, is the unions have been involved in the kind of changes to working from home policies and all of that that work. We're meeting with the Employee Partnership Forum again on, I think it's the 18th, so we'll go through this saving in more detail with them, or this proposal. Most of the Newport City Council staff who are able to work from home and might work at the Civic, which is not everyone, of course, different people are out there in communities. Most people have a contract where they can work from home or come into the building. A few people have applied to work full-time from home, and those things are all agreed with unions and there are policies around that, so less concerns there. But we are aware of staff who need to come in, or maybe their home environment is not suitable for working from home every day, as well as the things you've said. So we did quite a lot of staff engagement when we started on the working from home journey, I was going to say. I mean, some of it was enforced by COVID, but we followed up with a lot of wellbeing. We've currently got a staff wellbeing survey out to get current views on that. But we would need to look at alternative locations for people to work from. Not everyone would be able to work from home all of the time, might have additional needs, home environment not suitable, and all of the reasons you've talked about. The engagement, I think, and working within teams has been covered by the way we work now, and there are some people who work from home all the time, so that's covered with them. The type of footfall we're talking about here is, from memory, 300 on the one day and 250 on the other on average, so those sorts of numbers. And I guess not everyone is going to work from another location. But people could come in on different days. The other thing to say is they tend not to come in for the whole day. That might be for part of a day and then go off to visits or work from home for the rest of the day. In terms of safeguards, all of that would need further work with the unions and with additional teams to further strengthen the work we've already got in place, I think. So we're part way there, but this would be quite an escalation from where we are now.
Okay, thanks. I did. Oh, go on, Reece.
Sorry. No, I suppose I was just going to add to that. Obviously, we did see, Tracy said, the pandemic forced a change in work on us. But if you recall, after the pandemic, we did big piece of work called the New Normal, which has led to those policies that Tracy was talking about. So there was a lot of engagement with unions and staff around that. So quite a lot of our staff are used to working in a pretty hybrid way anyway. They come into the buildings, maybe 1 or 2 days a week, and they work from home for other bits of it. The complexity. So I think I recognise your concern. I think we've got a pretty good track record with the trade unions and staff and making sure we look after people's well-being and welfare in that. I think the complexities come from those services that actually are more front-facing, which are the majority of our staff, and they're not all, obviously most of those are not based in this building, but for instance social services etc. have got a front door in the civic centre. So I think some of the complexities around how we do things will probably lie more there.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, actually, that was going to be the sort of the follow-up that I was going to mention, really, because obviously COVID dictated to a certain extent, well, largely about working practices, and that forced a lot of things. And then since then, as you say, we've had the new normal, where it's almost been like a voluntary process where people have that option to work from home, whereas now this is going to be very much, you won't be able to work from the civic, so you will need to work from home or somewhere else. And that was you did partly address that, Tracy, was on those 2 days. But yeah, my point was going to be that some people obviously are going to find it really difficult to work from home. They will need an alternative if they can't come into the civic and their home isn't suitable for, it might be children, it might be all sorts of different reasons. They might not just have a place they can work from. So those alternatives will need to be put in place, obviously. But I mean, as I say, you've addressed that anyway. Okay,
Mike.
Thanks. Currently, quite an extensive group of council staff can and do work from the central library, but right now there isn't capacity for kind of another 250 to turn up there. So it is about that. What would that look like, and what other locations might be possible? And we'd need to work that through.
Councillor Cleverly.
Thank you, Chair. My questions, I think, similar, because there's lots of different departments working in the civic centre, isn't there? So is there a possibility in the future they might be moving elsewhere into different places? It's just thinking in the future. As we've already mentioned, it's going to be union consultation. Also, is there possibilities of redundancies on the cards with staff? I don't know. Thank you.
I'll go in reverse. So this proposal doesn't include any staffing impacts because it's just but it's energy. So this is calculated based on energy, and because we know there would be very small footprints. I've already mentioned some. We know that the kind of maintenance of the building and the management of the building would probably stay the same for the time being. In terms of more generally finding people somewhere else to work, I guess we can't rule out that the civic centre might have other uses at some point. If we got funding to do something different, we might need to rethink staffing. But if one walks around the civic, there are big empty spaces or part-filled offices, because at any one point some of the team will be at home and some will be in the civic. So there are some scope, I think, there for making changes, and teams are used to working in a hybrid way. But again, this would constitute a step change for sure.
I was going to say it's a bit of a shame because civic centre as we know it is now past its sell-by date, and so perhaps it might be worth looking to move on and, I don't know, make it into a museum or whatever, or renting it to film companies. So
well, we do some of that.
Yes,
so we would film more. That would be part of the proposal, I guess. So often filming is it disrupts sometimes events, doesn't it? You get here
and
in the
it
car
does
park.
take a hell of a lot to heat and
so
and
we
just the
we could film
lighting as
for
well.
longer.
And
This demonstrates the cost of just heating and light in the building. It's a grade 2-star listed building. It's really difficult to make changes to it. We have to work with CADU on it, and it's beautiful, isn't it? But it's very, very expensive to maintain.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Tracy.
Councillor Reeks.
Thank you, Chair. Tracy, you mentioned the footfall 350, 300 and 250. Is that just the staff numbers, or is that visitors as well on those days taken into those numbers?
I'm pretty sure that's just staff. I'll check that, and that was an average over so many weeks. But I'm pretty confident that that was just staff.
Okay, so do we know how many visitors we get on a Monday and a Friday then, or not?
We don't get that many visitors in any case. Again, I could check on this, but they tend to come for specific requirements. So maybe the taxi license in review or something like that. We get much fewer, if you like, customers calling at the Civic Centre, and that will be dependent on who's located here, but we could look at those figures.
So we could make provision for those people if they needed to visit on other days or go to other places. I'm just concerned about the people who might come here because they don't have online access, or they don't have internet or whatever, so they actually physically come to the building. It's just thinking more of the sort of more aged population, or not sort of so digital savvy. If they turn up here, they need to know that they need to come Tuesday to Thursday rather than Monday to Friday, and other in that case, and where else they can actually be sent to, and making them aware of that, where these new services might be actually located to.
So previously, we've identified that this is quite a poor place for people to come to, particularly if you have accessibility or mobility problems, being at the top of a hill, and quite difficult to work out where the entrance is and so on. So that's been identified in previous reviews, and we're currently looking at customer contact points through a review that Myrian's leading on. Arguably going into the city centre would be easier for people, but we would just need to make sure that that was in place. Yeah.
Can I just follow up, Chair, on a different matter? The community safety network, the 30,000 going into as a budget pressure now for next year. Are you saying without that the community safety wardens wouldn't be able to operate?
No, it's the CCTV. It's the physical infrastructure for the CCTV camera network.
Right. So how's that been covered previously?
It was previously in a contract from the initiation of that network, actually, which was 7 years ago, and that contract has expired and has now been relet and has gone up in price despite some change in service and renegotiation. We've actually moved suppliers to get to the lowest possible increase we could get to.
So there'll be no cut in the service that the public will see or get, or the community safety wardens that they will be able to have access to. It's just going to cost us an extra 30,000.
Yeah, that doesn't relate to community safety wardens at all. That is the technical infrastructure for CCTV.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Horton.
Might be the wrong place to ask this question, but it's just from what you just said then. With essentially the turning off of some of the BT sort of copper line services, is that being factored into any of the other budgets or the budget requirements? Because I believe a lot of the care homes and those other facilities use them because they're a powered line, and it's obviously going up to a digital service. There's not going to be power running through a digital line.
It's a good question that I've seen a lot in the press. We've been reviewing the press in England, particularly about council saying that was a massive pressure. One, we were aware of it, and for a number of our services, we've moved off that traditional technology. But having researched in the press quite recently in the last few weeks, we are looking to make sure we are adequately covering that, but it isn't new news to us, and therefore we should be moving towards that with our partners, the SRS, of course, but that is something we're looking at. Yeah.
Thanks. Can I just pick up on the Civic Centre closure proposal, the 250 or 300 people, assume the lowest number at 250. Do we know how many of those people come every day? Because those are the ones that are going to be impacted, the ones that say they cannot work from home ever and they're here 5 days a week. Do we know if there are many, if any, of those people?
No, that work hasn't been done yet, but it is one of the things we need to look at. The kind of system for logging in, as you know, is relatively new. So we got those averages over quite a short period. We're reviewing currently with all heads of service and managers across the council, kind of what their specific needs are if this goes ahead.
Okay.
Did you want you were going to say something?
I think those people will be the ones that are impacted, the ones that can't work from home. And I suspect that from my experience of work in general and the civic and the people I see, you see lots of people who are here most of the time, and those ones will have the biggest impact, and that's a big challenge. For me, I think this budget proposal is premature. Personally, I think we're not quite at the stage where we ought to be considering this yet, and I know it's attractive in terms of the opportunity cost to saving, but I think there's still a whole load of work to do around the asset rationalisation programme, which will inform the wider decision. And my recommendation personally, and whether the committee chooses to support it, would be that Cabinet find this money elsewhere at the moment to not do that right now, because I think that there's a bigger impact in terms of it's a short period of time to do that negotiation with those staff that can't work from home, and there's a bigger piece of work to do around what does the future look like of this building and our other assets and all the other stuff that we got to do around sort of children's services and sort of bringing in other assets and everything else. That's a bigger piece of work that needs sort of more consideration than the attractiveness of trying to achieve a short-term saving that might not be fit for purpose in the future. If that makes sense, because you might decide, for example, probably not likely, that you bring everything into the civic centre and sort of kind of get rid of all your assets out of the city and just bring them here. And so I think this is a bit premature, and I think needs more work and needs a formal asset rationalisation programme. It's a comment. I don't really want to come back on it. Or not.
I guess that's important feedback. I was interested in what Councillor Thomas said about alternative models as well. If we were to defer it, could we have a number of closure days, and then we understand a little bit more what that looks like? We close once a month or twice a month or something like that for certain days, so that we fully understand that. But you know, we appreciate the budget pressures, and we're trying to look at all the alternatives, obviously.
Yeah, I see the benefit of it. Absolutely, it's a quick grab, you know, and it makes such a significant sum, and that's just not even touching probably what the real savings are, because that's just utilities and there more. So, but yeah, I just think that it needs to form a wider piece of work personally. But yeah.
Thanks.
Councillor Thomas.
Just to say, I think I agree with you on that, Chair. I think the figures at the moment are maybe a little too uncertain. You know, we just can't. We aren't in possession of enough information to be able to know whether we can guarantee those sort of savings. Anything that goes in that budget, in that final document, really, we ought to be absolutely sure is going to be the same numbers, you know, at the end of the day. I know we can't be sure of everything, but we've got to be as certain as we can in these uncertain times. So, yeah, I mean, yes, by all means, if we can find ways of sort of trialling it so that we can establish what the savings truly will be, and then look at it again. But yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Thomas.
Thank you. I guess the figures are the figures. So we're pretty confident that they're the figures, but it's the impact and then the potential.
There might be on costs that we have for unforeseen. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an important point. Thanks.
I mean, for example, I don't know, but would it impact the insurance on the building, for example? I don't know which way it goes, whether you'd save it because it's not being used, or whether it would go up because it's not being used. I suspect it might go up.
Be fine because there'll be someone here, yeah. So there will be someone in the building. But
They'll be cold, yeah.
Any other questions for people, policy and transformation? Councillor Reek, sorry.
Chair, Tracy, I don't know if you can answer this one. Is the dog's home within your jurisdiction or a different department? The dog's home.
Sylvia, I might be able to answer it if it's a simple question, but I don't know a lot about it.
Possibly.
Go on.
We've got a fees and charges in Appendix 5. Is dogs reclaimed within 4 hours. Currently, we don't charge people if they pick the dogs up within 4 hours, but now we're proposing to put that to £54 a time. How are you aiming to get a significant sort of investment in from that? And if there is, should that not be in the budget?
I gotta be honest,
Why
I'm
we're actually
I'm
looking
not
to do
confident on the number of dogs collected within 4 hours. I will have to get a bit of info from Sylvia. My understanding is that the ones in the core fees and charges, so there's a 4% rise overall in our expectation. So the services can manage that by do different things. They either rise it all by 4% or they move them around and wiggle a bit. So if it's not in a something for, sorry, if it's not in something separate, it means there's no net impact. Is that right, Marianne?
Yes.
But if you want a bit more of an explanation, I'll have to get Sylvia. She can email it over to you.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind, Chair, if we can have a bit of a thing into that, because that's quite an on cost to people. And it says it's then at the discretion of the kennels manager as well, whether it's actually charged.
Yeah.
So I think that as a chart, that's a significant jump from £0 to £54. I think that ought to be looked at as a.
Do you often lose your dog?
No.
But it'd be good to understand the number of people that
Yeah.
might affect as well, because is that
Yeah. I'm pretty sure she'll have the numbers. I'll get Sylvia and Matt to send
Chair,
them
can I
over.
come in here?
yeah.
There's proposals, isn't there, about the ex-bully dogs? Is there an increase? Can we find out if there's an increase of them being dumped or whatever because of the proposals, if they've got to do up?
My understanding,
conditions?
my understanding that there has been an increase, but it's not been overwhelming. But again, I'd need a bit more information. I don't want to lead you the wrong way, but my understanding there's been a bit of an increase.
Thank you.
We can ask for some information on the kennel fees. I think it would be helpful to sort of have that information in reasonably timely, so that if there's anything the committee wants to respond to before the end of the consultation, that they get that opportunity to do so. Is that all right, Paul? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll pick it up with Sylvia after this meeting.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, we could get something on email and then you can respond to it in the budget consultation. Any other questions? Tracy did let me know she's got to be at an important meeting at 3 o'clock, but I'm sure if there's anything additional, Paul or Reese will do their best to help, or Marion. Any other questions for people, policy and transformation? He's just keeping warm flying around. Okay. First as last, Myron, you start this off and you can finish this off. So over to you for finance, if that's okay.
Thanks, Chair. So at the beginning of the meeting, Reese mentioned that corporate services were being funded for some transformation capacity. So the budget pressure you see in finance is in relation to them to an added resource in accountancy to support the mainly corporate transformation projects that we've got underway, but a general increase in those resources. In terms of the savings, there are 4 savings in total. The one that's on the consultation is the council choosing to now start fining people who deliberately misrepresents their position to gain council tax reduction scheme. So the legislation allows councils to choose to actually fine people or not, which we haven't to date, but this is now moving into the other camp, and that's a statutory fine. It's we don't set those fines. It's £70 for a low level of of act, but clearly if the WPRS feel that it's a very serious abuse of the CTRS scheme, then those fines can get higher, and if they're very large, it can be a percentage of that fine as well. But the decision there is for us to start finding people where we feel that they've deliberately manipulated the system or kept information away from us to gain council tax reduction. On the savings for implementation, two of those savings are just realignments of the budgets which have historically underspent, and therefore I'm just reducing those budgets. And then the third saving there is a saving in our revenues and customer services teams, as and when we get our council's new website developed, and we're also doing a review of customer services at the moment. We would anticipate that we can reduce demand in those areas, and therefore there's an efficiency saving for that as well. And those are the investments and the budget savings.
Sorry, Chair, can I just ask, on our Appendix 1, this the budget saving proposals, Appendix 2, sorry, we've got one fraud prevention initiative down. You've just mentioned 3 savings there. Well, again, same as me.
Yeah, there's realignment of the budget to reflect income from collections, realignments of the discretionary rate relief, and transactional cost savings. Yeah, 3.
My sheet's only showing 1. Sorry, Marion. Appendix 2 budget.
Yeah, so those 3 are the delegated for implementation. So there is one proposal, which is the fraud one, which is the one that is being consulted on.
So the other,
so there's 4 in total. Yeah.
But the other 3 are not actually in here. This is just a 25 grand saving for that you're gonna raise from fining people. Sorry, Chair, I'm not following it.
The other ones are delegated authority to Marion, so they're in the cabinet report for budget savings on delegated authority.
Yeah, there is one budget proposal being
Sorry, I didn't realise it was the
yeah,
Sorry,
that's fine. That's
I
fine.
understand that now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's fine.
Councillor Cleverly and then Councillor Thomas. Go. Yeah.
Thank you. Do we understand it then? It's if council workers claim what's it, housing benefits and things like that, is that where we're looking at the fraud?
Not just council workers, anybody who claims council tax reduction scheme, and it comes to our attention that they've been over claiming because they've not been updating us on either their earnings or people who move into the house with them, etc., where that information has been deliberately withheld.
Because they might move in with a partner who's claiming housing benefit or whatever. Would that count?
This is just for council tax reduction scheme, not for housing benefit.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Thomas.
Just thinking about the wider implications of that, yes, of course, I approve of that. Fraud in any form is wrong. However, thinking of this, to what standard will it need to be proved? I mean, I chair licensing. We're very aware on licensing. We're a quasi-judicial body, but we don't have to prove things, up to the same sort of standard which a court would require. For criminal convictions. So who will do the investigations, and if it's challenged by the accused, as it were, who will it then go on to? Is it going to be a process where people can appeal to magistrates court, or how is this going to be managed? Because actually, if our officers have to do any degree of investigation into this, 70 quid isn't going to go any way towards meeting the officer's time.
Yeah, so we will have to create our own framework for looking into the. So, for example, we wouldn't be looking to implement this for anything where somebody's been claiming for any less than eight weeks, for example, when they shouldn't have been. So, you know, we're going to have to set some principles here, which are sensible and that we can work to. In terms of the staffing efforts, we already do work on the National Fraud Initiative, where we do a lot of data matching. That brings up various matches that we do investigate now, and they do result in CTRS being stopped. We will now go the extra mile, and if we feel that, and if it's been going on for a long time,
right,
and we feel that that was deliberate with withholding information, we would then take the extra step of actually finding them.
what happens at the moment if somebody disputes that? Do they go through an appeal process?
I actually don't know, but I will get you the answer from the revenue.
Yeah,
team.
I'm just concerned that £70 doesn't actually cover the cost
Yeah,
which may be run up in terms of investigation.
It's a statutory set fine.
Yeah, and I mean, we all know that, you know, this is an area which is being, you know, clearly increasingly used because of the complexities of technology and the opportunities that it gives for fraud across wider society. So are we actually satisfied that we have got the skills? Because, you know, the police have so few cases come to, you know, are actually investigated sufficiently or thoroughly by the police, we have heard. You know, are we sure that we're going to do a better job than that?
Yeah, well, you know, we will need to set this framework first, and it's going to have to be workable, which is why we won't be looking at anything that's under eight weeks. It will also focus on the things that claimants know would affect their eligibility for CTRS. So that would be their income or the number of people that live.
Well, we just,
that
yeah,
house.
that's a good example, actually. You know, a lot of people have, okay, anecdotally, it's felt that people's partners move in with them and nobody actually investigates that. How are you going to how are you going to do that? Are you going to sit outside in a van and watch people coming and going?
No, there's various data matching and other things that all local authorities do that can that can identify these things.
We're going to be a bit smarter about it than just seeing if they go on the electoral roll.
Well, I think that we do a lot of this work already, but currently we might just stop CTRS at that point. What we'll now do is to not only stop CTRS, but if we feel that they didn't tell us deliberately that
you'll go after them as well.
There'll also be a fine issued now as well.
Do we? This is again. I'd make this point about needing a bit more detail. Do we know how many people are likely to be, you know, with what's criminal intent, really fraudulent intent per year?
Well, we've gone with I hope, realistic assumption, which is the background to the figure there, and that's 350.
Right.
Okay. So we think that's a. So we.
Oh,
so
that's,
we think
I beg your pardon,
figure.
Mary, and that's one bit of detail I missed. Right, thank you.
I mean, on the same point, if I may, I think Councillor Thomas is right that issue the fine £70. There would have to be an appeal against that. I would think, you know, if you look at all the benefit rules, if a public authority makes a decision, as decision maker normally attracts a right to appeal, and then it attracts a right to judicial review if it's not appropriate as well. So you have to bear the cost of the appeals in whether it's appropriate. So you know, are you going to then be coming next year and saying, I need an extra finance officer because I'm dealing with all these appeals? Is the risk, you know? So there is that. So it should probably be kept under review and sort of carefully.
we'll get back to you on the information about the collectability, as it were, and the appeal process.
I mean, really, the only people who are going to be making a profit out of this at the end of the day is possibly solicitors, you know, defending people if it goes to appeal stage in court. And we know if we lost an appeal, it would cost us a lot more than £70. You know, this is just what worries me, because a lot of public bodies are quite reluctant to go down, you know, that route, because they're, you know, in all sorts of fields of local authority operations, because they don't want to lose an appeal, you know, and then be slapped over the wrist and get a fine themselves. Okay. But I mean, I wish you luck with that one. It's clearly not right. People act fraudulently.
Yeah, it's the right thing to sort of do.
Absolutely.
I think, as you say, the implementation of it is tricky in parts, for sure. Yeah,
I guess our recommendation is that, you know, officers present a clear set of parameters for
where it goes to for appeal, you know,
yeah.
how it's investigated,
yeah.
And how we mitigate the possibility of being fined if it goes against us as a local authority.
Yep, Councillor Holden. Sorry, Chris.
Two things. Do we then go if we go after some? Oh, sorry, I'll rephrase that. If we then find somebody has been deemed to be fraudulent, do we then backdate the council tax? So there's not only the fine, there's also any backdated monies which are owed. We then we recoup that as well, or try to.
We claim the overpayment.
Yes, and yeah, we would normally try and claim the payments. Yeah.
The other question is the boxes in each of the appendices. The numbers don't add up in all of them. They do in some of them, they don't in others. Is there a reason for that?
Which one in particular?
I think it's because some things go to other committees. Neil's telling me, so they separate some of the recommendations that go to other committees, but probably the Democratic Services team haven't updated the totals.
So that's
the total will be the overall saving as opposed to what's on here.
Yeah, absolutely. So the very total at the bottom is everything. Yeah.
Could that be made clearer in the reports then? Because it looks as if the reports are full of mistakes looking as it sits right now.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Councillor Reeks, apologies, you were going to come in before Councillor Corden. Sorry.
That's okay, Chair. Thank you. Short question, Marion. Do you think £70 is enough of a deterrent?
It's set. It's not set by the council. That's what the regulations allow us to charge. So we haven't got a choice.
Okay. Can I ask a question on a completely different subject? Going to your medium-term financial plan that you did for us on the 10th of Jan, on point 319, the draft budget is talks of budget provision for an increase in teachers' pension costs at 3.4 million. Can you just give me some background on that, please? Because I don't understand the whole issue with teachers' pension. Why suddenly we've got 3.4 million? We have
yeah, sure. So all public sector pension schemes are valued and revalued every 3 years, just to make sure that the funds are going to be sufficient to meet the liabilities. The teachers' pension scheme has been revalued, and the employer's pension contribution has to go up, I think, by 5%. The value of that to us is that figure there. Don't quote me on the 5%. I'll have to check, but it's a reasonable hike in the employer's own costs. Yeah.
So with respect, is that not down to mismanagement by Turbine, who look after the?
So yeah, that's not part of the Gwent pension scheme. So the teachers' pension scheme is a UK national teachers' pension scheme that all authorities across the UK fund.
They are the ones that decided there is this shortfall, or is it?
Yeah, it's actually a government agency, and it's the government actuarial service that does the valuation of that particular fund.
Don't get me wrong, if they're entitled to, absolutely fine, it should go into the budget, but I'm just questioning why it's coming out of Newport City Council and not then, you know, the people who are running the pension scheme.
Yeah, so we are awaiting confirmation that the national government will be funding the Welsh government for that, who will passport it on to the local authorities. So if the question is, will that affect council tax? No, it won't. It'll be funded nationally. Clearly, it's taxpayer funded, but UK.
So potentially, then Newport City Council could actually get that 3.4 million back. Is that what you're saying?
That's what's in the budget at the moment. Is assumed that it's in and out. So it's
yeah. So the cost increase is guaranteed. That's been announced. We are awaiting final confirmation that we will be funded for it by the Welsh government. They in turn are waiting to hear that they'll be funded for it from the UK government. But that being the case, that'll then just be passed down to the local authorities.
So is it in or out? Because that's actually very nearly the gross. No, it can't be in, can it? Because our gross figure is about 4 million.
So the draft budget has got the cost in there and also the additional Welsh Government grant income as well.
Right, so it's in and out. Right.
Yeah, it goes in on the plus and is a minus
Yeah.
on it later. It's the other way around, is a minus and a plus.
Right.
Just on that point, I think Myron started off by saying when you're going through the original bit that he would have to change his commentary on the robustness of the budget going to council if we haven't had confirmation by the point it goes to council. Because it is a big figure.
It'd be a big gap. It would be a big expectation which wouldn't be known at that time. It doesn't cause me any concern. It'll be the same happening all over the UK, but you know, if Welsh governments came to us in April and said we didn't get the money, we'd have a very big hole in our budget next year. Yeah, so but that's just in the nature of this at the moment.
If that happened and we were to pay it, why would it not come out of the school's budget?
It probably it would be chargeable against the school's budget, but of course the schools is part of the council, so schools would overspend significantly. Could it be taken from school reserves? It could, and you know those would be the conversations that we'd be having at that time if it happened. So you know,
it's a little bit hypothetical, I think, because you expect to get it, but might sort of take if you didn't would be a school issue. And
it would probably shift a number of schools into a deficit position, but that is an option. Let's hope it doesn't happen.
Yeah, which leads me on to my question about schools and budgets. There's sort of some commentary in the overall report about a sort of significant expectation of schools all overspending. What is the council doing to support that in terms of both instruction, training and support to make sure the schools are not overspending as much as the report suggests they might be over the next year or two?
Yeah, so schools were given £8.7 million savings targets for this current year, and you know a number of schools have yet to find those of their share of that saving. So there's a post in finance and there is a post or two in education who specifically work with schools on these type of things and other sort of financial pressures. So those are the people that are supporting schools. But you know, there is a clear expectation on all governing bodies that they need to find these savings and live within their individual school budget allocation. So, but you know, as I speak to you now, you know, there's still a number of schools that have yet to you know, that are still relying on not finding that saving, but they're going to have to find it.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions for Mary? And I've just got another one if I can, which is on the non-service. So being as you're head of finance, you're going to get that one. So there's a proposal to increase the annual sums capital budget to support a programme of asset maintenance and renewal or replacement of £500,000 this year, which effectively becomes £1 million then, because as we talked earlier, it's £500,000 each year. So it'll be £1 million thereafter. Can you tell us what that money is to be spent on?
Yeah, so annual sums in terms of our capital programme are those kind of short-term assets that we replace regularly. So vehicles is the classic example. Traditionally, we've always funded that expenditure from our annual capital grants. We get about 4.5 million capital grants each year from the Welsh governments every year. So the first call on that is for our annual sums expenditure, be they vehicles or building maintenance is the other one. That capital grant was cut either this year or I think it was last year, and therefore we've still got the same number of vehicles and buildings that have to be maintained, and therefore we're having to invest into the core budgets to replace that lost funding effectively. That's capital grants.
Okay. Councillor Pym. Get your microphone.
Was about the underspend? Was there an underspend last year in the budget? And if so, where does that money go? Have you thought about reusing it in this year's budget?
Yeah, so the council has underspent on its budget for a number of years now, and all underspends go into the council's reserves. They're usually earmarked for specific purposes, so the cabinet will decide how it wants to utilise and underspends. So they'll go into reserves, but here in Newport they're all pretty much allocated to specific allocations, certain projects, etc. So it will be spent, but it'll be spent in the future, funded from those reserves.
Councillor Horton.
Yeah, just picking up what you said just a few minutes ago, Marianne. Some of that 500,000 is going to go into the fleet, but we've already increased the fleet budget, or the money for the fleet, by 175k. So are they double dipping there, or is there other things going on?
Yeah, no, it's not. So that sum is for the initial purchase of, whereas the previous one was for the maintenance of. One's a capital expenditure, one's a revenue ongoing expenditure.
I thought we said they were leased earlier.
No, I mentioned.
Yeah, I think it was mentioned. I mean, I think it is a mixed bag. You know, some of our vehicles are leased, others are bought outright. So it is a mixed bag, I think.
Yeah, most of the vehicles are purchased outright for the big ticket items. That's the most cost effective way of doing it. For some specific vehicles, they're leased, the small vans and the like that bubble around. But the big costing vehicles are things like your refuse truck.
Yeah, the big vehicles.
The big vehicles tend to be bought out. There's municipal specialist vehicles.
Yeah. So should there be some lines in here about where we're offloading those assets, so there's money coming back in?
So if we sell those vehicles, that's a capital receipt that has to be spent on capital, not on revenue, and we allocate those capital receipts back into the vehicle replacements budget. So it stays in there.
Okay. Just picking up on Councillor Pym's point, what was the underspend for last year?
Oh, I can't remember. It was a few million. Okay, my colleagues are suggesting it's about 3. That does seem about right. So there was a 3 million last year. Okay.
I didn't see that in the cabinet report, Mr.
So the cabinet would consider the final outturn for the financial year in their June meeting.
Right.
That is when that's done, and then they would decide how they allocate that underspend, which is initially held in specific reserves for whatever purpose that they've decided.
Thanks. Any other questions for Marion on finance or budget matters generally? Nope. Fantastic. Thank you very much to those remaining. Yeah. Okay. Shall we do the recommendations out of all that first, and then we'll just do the minutes and the other stuff after that while it's sort of fresh? Is all right? Yep. Hope you got some notes, Neil. Have you?
Taking some notes, Chair, for the first budget proposal to transform Malters Court Mansion House into the community learning centres, took comment that Councillor Cleverly made that while she agrees with transforming the Mansion House because it hasn't been used for a long time, a lot of we are against the libraries closing, such as the Pill Library and GEMS using it for a lot of courses to help residents learn English and stuff. You mentioned Malpas being underused. You suggested the community use the rear of the library. Is that right? And also a comment was made about the new post being created. Seems like a lot of work for one person. If the transformation needs to happen, then it has to be realistic. You need to make sure that residents who use the services won't see a massive difference. That was for the first proposal to transform the Malpas Court Mansion House.
What was that last bit you said then, Neil, about making sure?
Making sure the people who use the services within the community learning centres won't see a massive difference. That's right, yes. Yes.
I'm just trying to formalise these into sort of proper recommendations from us, really, and trying to turn that into a recommendation to the cabinet is to ensure that the impact on service users is minimum, or I guess is that our recommendation?
Should I advise? Do the committee agree with this proposal? You happy for this? For cabinet for this to go ahead, or is there any other comments you'd like to raise in regards to this?
Go on, Jack.
Okay, how would you like me to add that in the comments? Was there any other comments, recommendations the committee would like to make in regards to this particular proposal, or in regards to any of the savings investments in Appendix 1?
There needs to be I don't know if we're going to cover it later, Chair, but it's about the clarity of the document. It's
absolutely, 100%. Yeah,
smoke, and it feels smoke and mirrors. Maybe that's a bit harsh, but that's.
No, I think there's a general recommendation that the presentation of the information is unclear and misleading, I think is our view. And it, if we are seeing that as elected members, then the members of the public are seeing the same thing and asked to comment on something which isn't very clear. I think, absolutely agree. I think Yeah, absolutely.
Well, for me, it's like what it says on the screen. Year 1, 115, year 2, 230. If you look at this piece of paper, it just looks like your budget line is 115k this year, next year, and the year after. But that's not it.
Yeah. You know, because these are things, you know, we encourage officers not to use letters, things, abbreviations, things, you know, to the extent that I'm fixing glossaries on every document out. But I mean, you know, there is financial link as well. Lazy.
Yeah, and you know, Mary's comment was, well, so we've done it for the last 10 years. Just, you know, it. Yeah.
But
I think the problem is, as I said during the meeting, is the officers, and we're all guilty of it to a certain extent, is you work in a certain way, you get used to working in a certain way, and you present something in a way that you're familiar with, but then you forget that other people who don't work in that area won't be able to follow it in the way that you do. So it does need to be presented in a way that Joe Blogs, Joe Public can understand it.
Yeah, that's. I think we can take that general overall recommendation and make sure we put that in. Is it easier if we run through the appendix line and see what the recommendations were for each one from the things? Because there were a load of questions we asked, but there weren't that many specific recommendations. I think there were probably only about 4 or 5, I think, all the way through. So the first one there, housing and communities. Appendix 1, shortfall in housing benefits subsidy arising from increasing demand for temporary accommodation. I mean, we asked a number of questions around that, but I don't think we made any recommendations. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, don't forget to turn your mics on because Councillor Dan's still online and we're still live. So no, that's okay because they won't be able to hear you on it. I keep forgetting as well. So I don't think there was a recommendation in terms of housing communities. We obviously asked some questions about whether that's enough in terms of the budget and everything else, but don't think there was any specific recommendations. Is that right, Neil? Yeah. Next one, the environment and public protection, costs associated with increasing the requirement for tree maintenance, which I think we might have asked more on had we been understood the 115 was a continuing increase year on year.
But equally, we would have done the same with the housing benefit, with the housing benefit subsidy, because that's 600,000, 1.2 million.
No, it's
1.8 million.
It's not, because it's only for the first year, so it's just 600,000, and then it's 600,000 every
yes, but we didn't. That wasn't made clear to us at the start. So that budget is being increased by that volume each year, essentially. But on looking at this, it's like, to me, I read that, oh, they've got a £600,000 spend next year. They're not going to spend any more. They don't need to spend any additional funds for the following 2 years because of the way that the line below it is written, where it's 115, 115, 115. Now,
yeah.
So I would have been asking additional questions about, well, you're increasing your budget over the next 3 years by 1.8 million. Is there a better way of doing this rather than spending this money in this way because it's such a big spend across that period?
Well, yeah, that's what I was trying to drive at in terms of my questioning was, you know, what other things are you doing to, because well talking to the social landlords about giving them social housing grant, but that's going to take years to, you know, you get on site with a development today and start today, talking 18 months to 2 years before you hand your first unit over anyway. So it's immediate term solutions. And if you are spending 1.8 million over 3 years, would you be better off, you know, going to lease a building somewhere and sticking a hostel in there and doing it that way, for example? Those are the things I was trying to drive at, but I'm not, yeah, it is. I'm not sure there was a recommendation there from us. Don't think we had a recommendation, but we asked the questions. Granted, the questions would be different. I accept that. And I think that when you send the recommendations to me, Neil, I'll probably put some blurb at the start to say to Cabinet that the committee felt misled, and it was only halfway through the meeting that we got properly to the meat on the bones, and we might have asked more telling questions. So I think I'll just put some blurb to that effect, which goes back to Cabinet, to be honest. And I've obviously got to attend the chair's scrutiny to agree all that, so I'll tell them that's what I want in the report as well, or you guys want in the report. Is that all right? Yeah. And in terms of then tree maintenance, was there any recommendations on this? I don't think there was recommendations, but I would have asked more questions knowing that the budget was increasing by £500,000. So
we didn't get an adequate explanation, did we? We didn't even, it wasn't even established was whether, well, the only thing that we found out was it's because they get contractors in. And then that's not an explanation then why, because the from the answer we had on the bus station thing, that 115 was increasing, wasn't it? Well, no, yeah, it was increasing. Yeah. Yes, exactly.
I mean,
so,
also,
why is it increasing by that much every year? I didn't get that.
I think they were trying to say that that's how much they've underspent every year, or overspent, sorry, every year. So the budget's been under every year, but that would be true if it was just £115,000 every year going in. But that can't be right if it's 115 by 115 by 115.
And when are we going to? Yeah, how does that tie in with the state of Ash dieback, which we must?
Well, they said it didn't
we must
include
be
it.
reducing the big projects.
Yeah.
Now on that.
So the next one, again, I would have asked more questions on had I understood. So the landfill site closure, so nothing next year, but a year after £1 million, but it's going to cost us £1 million every year going forward to look after it.
Well, loss, a loss of £1 million every year, yeah.
The one question we didn't actually ask was, if you look at it, on the drive to net zero, what is the carbon footprint impact of then having these lorries going to wherever, taking all our waste away?
Yeah.
Has that actually been looked into? Because it's no good if suddenly, you know, we're not putting landfill, but we're using a lot more, we're having a bigger knock-on effect to our carbon footprint because of it.
Yeah.
Didn't think at the time.
So we might be able to put a recommendation in actually that consideration be given to the impact on net zero of additional transport costs for the landfill. Yeah,
I don't think there was there's not really any option though, is there? The site has come to the end of its useful life, therefore it has to close.
It's full.
It's full of rubbish because we keep filling.
By next year, we'll have no more room to bury rubbish, basically.
Explored other sites.
We're not going to take another site, is what they say. It's not cost effective to. So the investment you need to put in for another site.
Right, so why didn't, if it's not cost effective, so is it costing more to run that site as it is at the moment?
No, because they're charging private companies to dump their landfill there at the moment, which is covering the cost of the site.
How can that be not cost effective then to explore?
As residents and as businesses, the waste will still get taken there. The recycling will still get taken there. It's just they then ship it out elsewhere.
I can't understand why they've suddenly fetched this in now. We should have known this like years ago about how long ago, because I went up to Wrexham on the recycling thing 5 years ago. Was it 2017? With was it Laura Lacey, Jason Hughes, myself, Ken Critchley when he was fit then. Yeah, and we done a recce on their recycling plants and whatever. And we came back and we voted against the free weekly bins at the time. But the first thing they said to us up there was, forget about the free weekly, go straight to 4 weekly. we all nearly fell off our chairs.
But the arrangements for household refuge, which is largely what we're concerned with as councillors, because we need to make sure our residents can empty their bins and take rubbish to the tip. They can still do that. Nothing will change. It's the fact that that will get carted off elsewhere instead of buried in landfill.
It goes.
Yeah.
It goes. No, it goes to the furnace.
Well, to be honest, a lot of it will go in the incinerators anyway. You know, it'll go in to feed the incinerators. Don't know. No idea.
Yeah, it was. It was either that or the magical airport.
So recommendation is to consider the net zero impact. That's probably as much as we can say on it, I think. The bus station departure charges. This was an interesting one because this opened up a huge can of worms, and I probably thought it was going to be the least contentious of the items today. No, that's okay.
So was there any comments or recommendations for the savings proposal for the charge for the replacement residual waste bins?
Let's come on to that. Let's just run through the appendix in order, and then we'll come on to all those in a second, if that's okay. So bus station charges. It was just all a bit strange. So there's a recommendation, I think, that forms part of our forward work programme going forward, and we have a look into it properly and kind of understand how that works. I personally think there should be a recommendation that this isn't just added to the budget line, and it's just added in as an annual subsidy that's reviewed each year. That's what I would recommend, and I don't know what people think about that. One, because I think actually if the council is subsidising, effectively we're subsidising, I can't say the word, bus fares. So the council is putting near enough £250,000 in this year to keep people's bus fares low. So I think that should be highlighted. And if you just pop it into a budget line, that'll just get forgotten about. And I think we should be shouting about that. And the fact the council's put in a budget £250,000 to make sure that residents keep their bus fares low. So I think that should be an annual thing.
And it needs to, and that then would become a conversation with the public about where we're spending the money to.
Absolutely.
And it might not be something they want us to do, but it'd also be an opportunity to explain to the public why one of the things that we do.
Yeah. So we'll word a recommendation of that. It'd be an annual subsidy grant as opposed to just adding to the budget. You can send these to me after and I'll change it with them anyway.
Chair, also, you know, I'm quite shocked really that with the blood, sweat and tears over the black route and all the arguments about, you know, taking traffic off the motorway and subsequently leading on to the Burns inquiry and then the Burns recommendations and how Newport's supposed to be the biggest beneficiary from that. There's, you know, I mean, we should see something coming out of that within the next 3 years, but they don't seem to have given that any thought.
I think
it could end up costing us more. You know,
I wouldn't be surprised if the new Labour leader reverses the decision on the M4, to be honest with you. Both of them have committed to review the decision, haven't they? It's not very popular, so, you know, I think it may all change, to be honest, but time will tell.
I think it depends on how
it's a little bit like that as to what we might get there with it.
Keep their green credentials, really.
Yeah.
But I mean, I am disappointed that there's no evidence of them giving that the changes coming out of the Burns report for Newport any consideration.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Fleet maintenance then, in terms of budget pressures, perhaps there was just a recommendation around ensuring sort of best value and procurement. We felt the cost seemed high and officers should ensure they're getting best value. Yeah.
Again, with the year-on-year accumulation, it does seem high, or they just under budgeted and they're now trying to readdress.
Yeah. The next one, the staffing resource to fulfil the client role in relation to leisure services. There was quite a lot of what's the word I'm looking for? There was a lot of questions and scrutiny on this, which is great because we're the scrutiny committee. I don't know if there's a recommendation coming from that. There was certainly question marks about whether the resource is needed and whether there's a sufficient business case from sort of several people.
Well, that was my challenge, I guess, was if this role hasn't been required, why all of a sudden is it, when we're going into a 3-year and well, potentially a good few years of difficult decision making, yet we have a company which is being run, which we have we do have board members, 1 or 2 board members on it. It's being run by a former head of service. Yet all of a sudden, well, from my perspective, all of a sudden we're now saying that we need to put an officer in place to look after this one contract. I didn't get a warm fuzzy feeling that it was really that it's required. It kind of came across to me as officers were saying that, well, I just want a bit more time because we're a little bit busy.
There's no explanation as to what they can do with the extra resource that by putting that one person in that role, what they're going to do with the resource that's freed up.
Yeah.
And that's,
I mean, there's
well, that's not going to be assisted by the budget cut that they're giving them either, is it? So on the one hand, they're saying we can't pay, we need to reduce the amount of money we're giving you. Yet on the other hand, they say, well, we're going to create a new job and we're putting somebody else in his role. It doesn't. There may well be completely valid reasons, but we haven't. I don't feel we've seen them.
Them today, could they? They would, which is hence my question about the business case. Was, are you going to present a business case because you didn't really have one? Go on, Alex. Don't forget your mic.
I'm just wondering if Steve Ward supports it, that role, the new role. You know,
well, Steve Ward used to be in charge of sports development.
Yeah, if he feels there's a need for it, then I think fair enough. But if he doesn't, then some questions.
I think our recommendation should be that, you know, Cabinet satisfy themselves that this post is needed to manage the service. I think reading between the lines, I know we're still like, I think reading between the lines, she was saying that there are some areas of performance which are probably not very good and they need somebody dedicated to keeping an eye on it. I think that's what she probably was saying without saying it. But, you know, I think just be honest and just say there are some, you know, and I may be putting words in her mouth which perhaps are not there. That was just what I read between the lines of. So I think that if people are happy, our recommendation is that that, you know, Cabinet satisfy themselves that the post is needed given the budget pressures. There's been lots of criticism in the press about a city centre manager, you know, that is there to do, you know, is it needed and all the rest of it. And this is another similar type of post. You can argue whether you think it's relevant or not, but I think it probably is the same question mark. And
yeah, I agree with you. It could well be partly to do with the new leisure centre and managing that process, that connection. Just like I said, I didn't feel there was enough clarity around the requirement of the role.
The new leisure centre is 2 years off.
Yeah,
we don't need somebody in place now.
That's the point, isn't it? We're all sat just saying it might be this, it might be that, it might be that. So yeah, so yeah, cabinet needs to satisfy itself that this post is relevant given the current budget restraints. That should be our recommendation, I think. Is everybody happy with that? Yeah. Then the next one is the energy budget requirement for the new leisure centre. I don't think we had any recommendation on that in particular. The coroner's service, we didn't have any recommendation on. That was fine.
But again, we didn't have the knowledge that 85k and the 75k were being carried on year.
Yeah, I'll make the point generally. I think I probably did in terms of the coroner's thing, because I think there's always going to be an ongoing cost for it. But yeah, so that's our proportion of the service. Yeah,
but it's an ongoing cost, but that's a large ongoing cost every year.
It's a statutory thing, though, isn't it?
Oh, we've got to have it, yes.
Yeah. No. The next one then was the transformation program. We didn't have any queries on that. The next one then was.
Sorry, the only query I would have is could they explain what that resource is? And I guess it carries on for the other one as well, Marion's one as well.
Yeah. So I guess the recommendation is Cabinet satisfies itself the resources required. Yeah. And then the next one is property budget pressures, including income shortfalls and additional maintenance costs. And there was an error in the report here because you got 205,000 first year and then a minus 115,000 the following year, which they said was incorrect and they need to revisit. So, correct. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. So the recommendation is that Cabinet furnishes itself with all the proper facts and the reports updated accordingly. Yeah. The finance one then we've talked about anyway. The recommendation is they satisfy themselves, so that resource is required. And then in terms of budget cuts, we've done. Oh, sorry, that's previously agreed. Skip that one and go to Appendix 2. Marbles Court Mansion, we've done charge for replacement residual waste bins. I don't think we had any recommendation on that, did we? No. You shouldn't have to go into the fees, yeah. 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 Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Chair, can you remember what we discussed last year around this very same topic? Because I said I recall we had quite a debate about the fact that people in flats and larger properties, they could actually end up paying quite a lot for the bins that have been stolen or taken by kids or whatever. I can't recall if we
that. Last year we were on about the 3 weekly waste collections, and I recommended that we didn't implement 3 weekly waste collections for communal bins, and they took that recommendation actually and didn't implement 3 weekly bins for blocks of flats. So those blocks of flats are still emptied on a fortnightly basis rather than a 3 weekly basis. So I don't know if anybody knows that, but that's actually the case. So they did listen to our recommendation last year. So it was that, but in terms of communal bins, if they're damaged and need to be replaced, it's the landlord responsibility. And she didn't outline that, but being a landlord in the city, I know that. So in terms of providing the waste bins, it's landlord responsibility. Okay, so it's not down to the individual sort of tenant in the flats then.
Right, but this could still hit disadvantaged people living in built up areas, HMOs, for example. They communal builds, or have they got their own bins? Suddenly a bin goes missing from a HMO, who's responsible? Someone's got to buy it, etc.
HMOs will be landlord responsibility again, right, okay, because it's multiple refuge bins. So it'll be the people who've got individual bins. The people I think are disadvantaged are the people who live on Conway Road, for example, where you got no back access. Your bin is stuck out on the road, and invariably you get somebody, your kids go past and grab them or whatever, or somebody drunk goes past and takes them or whatever. It's those people that will be disadvantaged. And Sylvia did allude to that and said, but we can't really treat those people any different to anybody else. So I don't know if there's a recommendation that comes out of that anywhere, but
yeah, a lot of antisocial behaviour with young people.
Yeah,
they steal their bins and then go and set fire to them on the brook and whatever. Shocking.
So it's about the homeowners will carry the can for that effectively. If your bin gets stolen, you're carrying the can for replacing it. So carrying the can, there's a bit of a pun there somewhere, isn't it?
And I'll walk down these streets and you'll see that they've just, they're leaving their recycling boxes outside. Other people are tipping all sorts of rubbish in there. They're never emptied.
Yeah.
So, there's a certain sort of laissez-faire attitude with some people that don't actually keep up with these things. All you can think is these people who can't be bothered to keep their recycling bins, so they've got that facility of recycling. These are going to be the people who, it might work the other way and they suddenly get all responsible about doing everything. Yeah. But on the other hand, they might just decide they can't be bothered to chase up a replacement bin and they'll just go and fly if it's them.
Yeah, there is that risk.
Yeah, it could come back and bite them.
The recommendation from this, I think, the only thing I can think of is that they protect the most vulnerable. That's all I would say, is that, that the policy is implemented with an element of discretion to protect the most vulnerable. That's probably as much as I can think.
Yeah, because if you've got an 80-year-old lady living on her own,
yeah,
she's not going to be running around the street with a bin, is she?
If she needs a new bin, it's because some idiot has stolen it or somebody's damaged it or whatever. Yeah. So I think we just have a recommendation where, they just have an element of discretion that protects the most vulnerable. Go on. Yeah. So, Cardiff do. They have an individual barcode with an address on every bin, and you can't take your bin with you, for example, from one address to another. So if you move house, you have to go there and take the bin that's there, effectively. So you could make a recommendation that they sort of code and address every bin.
How much would that cost? I wonder what the cost of that would be.
Yeah. It's probably not a huge amount, really, because all you got to do is print stickers, and then when you're going around emptying them, just put one on each. It's just an admin thing, and then once you've done it,
How about making that a recommendation then? Can we,
Is the committee happy to support that? Yeah. So one, we protect the most vulnerable, and two, we start to tag bins to addresses and label them up. So you can't use them in a different address. Means you can't steal somebody else's bin, but it still doesn't stop the idiots from setting fire to them, I guess. But yeah. Bins, highways, fees and charges. I don't think we had anything on that, did we? Reduction in the Newport Live management fee. I don't think we had any recommendations for that.
No, but again, it falls back to the year-on-year reduction. And with the
that's a good thing, because that's a cost saving for us.
It is a cost saving, but at what detriment to the facilities now? A Newport Live going to have to cut because of this.
Yeah. That's the question, isn't it? Yeah.
That saving is not going to be 194,000 next year, because it's 10% each year, so that saving is going to go down each year as well.
No, she said it's assessed every year, so it was 10% last year, 10% this year, but she couldn't guarantee that they'd save a further 10% next year, I think.
No. So it won't be the 194,000, it's going to be less.
It could well be. Yeah.
I presume that these are out there somewhere, but I didn't quite realise until I worked out what their contribution from the council at the moment was. They must have quite a huge turnover. Because we aren't the only people funding them.
The council's massively subsidising Newport Live. They reduced it last year, because I picked it up last year, if you remember, as well.
Newport Live put up their fees though this year. They've put up their membership fees.
They will have to do that, won't they? Because the council are not subsidising. They have to generate the income by charging more for services or being more creative and innovative about the services they provide to generate more income. You've got to plug the gaps.
It's gone up by more than 10% this year.
I think it's a fair point. If you're asking residents to pay more and cutting council services to balance the budgets, then why would you continue to pay Newport Live the same amount every year and not expect them to, to make efficiency savings and all the rest of it? So, I support it overall. Is there a recommendation that, again, the services are maintained to a certain level? I don't know what the recommendation is. That's the difficulty. So there inevitably might be a cut in the services.
Well, yeah, I suppose monitor for a loss of quality of service or You know, I mean, they're doing a lot of this stuff, you see, where people used to go to day centres.
Yeah.
That was cut a few budgets ago. So Newport Live are picking up the slack now with some of those people. So, you know, make sure that they don't miss out on it.
If you monitor the quality of those services, they'll then say that's why we need the officer to do it.
Yeah.
So, you know,
but don't forget, come April, Newport Live are pretty much going to have a across the board 10% increase in their wage bill.
Yeah.
So they're going to be hit doubly.
Yeah. Okay. The next one on here then is the closure of the civic centre for 2 days a week, reducing spend on utilities. So my recommendation on this was it's too premature and the council should find the money from elsewhere and not do this. I don't think it's the right thing to do, but you know, I'm keen to see what other people think.
Yeah, but it's what you said. It needs the substance behind it. There wasn't a lot of science behind it. We're averaging numbers, we're averaging footfall, you know. And as John raised, you got the safeguard, and you got the staff element. And Jan said herself, you know, those people on reception, are they going to go down to part time? Are they going to be redeployed elsewhere? This, to me, and I think to all of us, there's a lot more thought needs to go into that. As you said, it's going from 94,000 is a big ticket number.
Yeah.
And the heating of the building as well, you know, because are they going to keep an ambient temperature in the building to maintain the fabric of the building?
Yeah, exactly. So is it going to cost more on the days it's open to sort of catch up for the days that it's extra cold? Yeah, fair point. Yeah.
It would have been nice to have seen, but they didn't. Obviously,
I'd like to see the council fund that 94,000 out of reserves for next year and come up with a proper strategy in time that deals with all our assets and you know, says
there is quite an element of sense to your statement. But what I would have liked to have seen was this footfall number. Is that somebody coming in for 10 minutes, an hour, 8 hours? Because they got all that, they've captured all that data, but nobody's done the analysis of it.
So the recommendation is to put this on hold until a proper analysis of the data is understood and the impact that this will have on people and services. Yeah, fair enough. Everybody happy with that?
Yeah, happy with that, Chair. We need detailed commentary, really. And like you said before, it appears to be premature in many ways. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Dunn. And the last one is the Fraud Prevention Initiative, which is charging people for claiming fraudulent council tax reduction scheme, which I think I can sum up our recommendation to be that the council comes up with a robust set of policies and procedures on the way that they're going to implement the scheme to ensure fairness. That okay? Yeah. Yeah, given I used to do benefits advice, there would have to be an appeal system in place. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. So yeah, I didn't know enough to say whether they would also have the right to go to a tribunal. So a normal benefit appeal. So if you were claimed for overpayment of housing benefit years ago, you probably know this, Jan, as well. You'd have a right to appeal to the council, to a sort of senior decision maker. Then if you weren't happy, you had a right to go to a tribunal. So you go to a tribunal. I used to attend them all the time down in Cardiff. You'd appeal to a tribunal. I don't know whether the same rules apply for a council tax reduction scheme because it sits outside of the sort of normal DWP benefit rules. So, but
can I just come in on that, Chair? I mean, I like to declare an interest. I work for DWP, and I can tell you, just generally speaking, with benefits in terms of overpayments, there is usually an appeals process, and it's only fair for the public to actually appeal if they feel that they've been mistreated or the decision's unfair in any way. So there's usually a mandatory sort of reconsideration to review it, and then they can actually go to tribunal. So that's the general process, should I say, in terms of disputes.
Yeah, and I think if the council implements that, we're going to have some sort of system. So the recommendation is to make sure that there's a system which complies with the relevant laws and, you know, is procedurally fair.
Yeah, that's very helpful, Saeed, coming up with that, you know, with your knowledge of that, because I think that's a really important point. But I mean, it's the whole cost of this. You know, this was an argument from officers at one time about not bringing in parking charges, no civil enforcement, because they said, oh, you know, there'll be lots of appeals and it'll be too expensive to go to court. So they didn't want to do it for that reason. Obviously, it has been brought in now.
Yeah.
But, you know.
So I think that's probably it on the Appendix 1 and 2. Have you got anything we've missed, Neil?
No, I've collected all those comments and recommendations, Chair. Also, just on the scrutiny end, with Councillor Horton's query about the total figures in the proposals, what we did over previous years, we followed what the previous scrutiny officers did by separating the place and corporate with people. However, I can understand that the figures don't match up, so I was just wondering, for next year, would you like us to include both people and place and corporate, but just grey out, like, for example, the people one?
That's exactly what I was about to say. If whatever's relevant to us is highlighted, and it's more there for the information piece, because we might see something and go, oh, I've got an idea about that.
Yeah.
And one of the other committees might see one of ours and go, oh, I got an idea about that, and then feed that in. So we're getting more oversight of the decision making process.
Was that my point right at the start, with point number 1 was missing? I got quite worked up about that yesterday, reading through, thinking, this is all wrong. And
because point 1 had gone off, because I think it's the social services one, isn't it? For
but that's even on it's on the first one, the public consultation, thinking we've been hoodwinked.
And we will be potentially asked questions about these by the public.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, don't forget your mic as well. Sorry. Turn your mic on, Kate, for the
There was a line in it somewhere about a cost of running the civil enforcement programme. And I'm thinking, what? Why are we actually having to put money at this stage into that? Because I thought we were making a profit out of that.
I didn't see that in
No, I mean, I would have thought it would have come to this, but maybe it's going to people.
No, it'd normally come to us, because it's a service area issue, same as community. So I would have expected to come to us, but I haven't seen it anyway. So
because I'd be very upset if we're running at a loss on that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we will be if they go sticking whatever this was on there.
Well, the aim is that it washes his face effectively, isn't it?
But if it's not under consultation, we wouldn't come up anyway if it's delegated powers.
I didn't see it in the cabinet papers, but unless I missed it, I didn't see it. Yeah. Okay. I'll try and move us on in terms of time then. I think that's all the recommendations, which I'll go through with Neil. I've got to take them to overview and scrutiny overall, then meet with the chairs of each scrutiny and make sure they don't overlap. But I'll make sure they're all put in, and I'll put the point in the strongest terms in terms of the report and us understanding it. Minutes of the last 2 meetings then, because we had the 2 mid-year service reviews, didn't we? Any queries on the minutes of the last 2 meetings that were in the papers? Go on, Kate.
Yeah, can I clarify, how long is the recording of these available for?
They're always on the YouTube channel, so they should stay indefinitely.
Right, because I couldn't actually find them, or there isn't a link on the council website to take me to that, because I couldn't find, because I wanted to check about it. I mean, it probably drove everybody else up the wall, but the November meeting that we had, I was trying to get answers off Mr. Jarrett about the adoption of roads. Now, I feel, not just because you know, we took over in Stow Hill a very large area, which is a new estate, which remains unadopted. But because so much investment in the growth of the city has been made on the fact that we are developing really big estates, really ambitious estates now, you know, out at Llanwern and places like this, and they won't be adopted either. So I think it's an important point. And I couldn't, and he finished off with saying, oh, well, it's down to the residents to lobby the developer. Now, that is not recorded in the minutes. And I actually think I need that to be recorded so I can take that back to my constituents who turned up at the last ward meeting, who will no doubt turn up tomorrow, you know, wanting.
You might also find interest in the last planning committee. Perhaps you ought to go back and watch that.
Right, okay. Did it come up there as well?
I made the point for you with Red
Oh, thank you very
who were
much.
present.
Thank you. Thank you. So there was that, and was take that one for now. Yeah, I could do with that being recorded so that they know that, you know, what it did get discussed.
I can amend that.
Yeah, and I'm
you can send it and go to
just coming in on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, just coming in on that, Chair.
Of course, yeah.
What Kate said. Just looking at it now, I think there's a delay in the archiving of the recordings when you actually go on the Newport Council webcast link, and that's probably why you don't have access to that, because it hasn't been uploaded in the public domain yet.
Right, okay.
Oh, maybe, yeah, thank you, Saeed. That probably is the explanation, isn't it?
The way I find it is by using the calendar off the council website and just go back to the meeting and it's all in there.
I thought that's what I went through. Oh, okay. Anyway,
I can resend the links to you, Councillor Thomas. That's no problem. It's on our YouTube channel now, all the recordings. Right. That particular meeting was split into two different recordings, but I can certainly send you the set.
Kate is right, it's not on the webcast library.